on. Shots, 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 shots. Everybody! Shots, 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 shots. Everybody! The ladies love us when we pour shots. They need an excuse to suck our cocks. We can get crunk. How about you? Bottoms up. Let's go round two. Shots, 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 shots. Everybody! Shots, 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 shots. Everybody! If you ain't getting drunk, get the fuck out the club. If you ain't taking shots, get the fuck out the club. If you ain't come to party, get the fuck out the club. Now where my alcoholics? Let me see your hands up. What you drinking on? Jaeger bombs, lemon drops, buttery nipples, jello shots, kamikaze, rewind in. Fuck all that shit. Give me some jazz. Shots. Patron's on the rocks and I'm ready for some shots. The women come around every time I'm pouring shots. Their panties hit the ground every time I give them shots. So cuffs in the air, everybody, let's take shots. If you feeling drunk, put your hands in the air. And if you tryna fuck, put your hands in the air. Now say I'm fucked up. I'm fucked up. I'm tryna fuck. I'm tryna fuck. Shots. Patron's on the rocks and I'm ready for some shots. The women come around every time I'm pouring shots. Their panties hit the ground every time I give them shots. So cuffs in the air, everybody, let's take shots. I fucked up. Let's go.
Mr. Worldwide to infinity, you know the roof on fire. We gon' boogie, oogie, oogie, jiggle, wiggle, and dance like the roof on fire. We go drink drinks and take shots until we fall out like the roof on fire. Now, baby, get my booty naked, take off all your clothes and light the roof on fire. Tell her, baby, 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 I'm on fire. I tell her, baby, 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 I'm a fireball. Now big bang boogie, get that kitty little noogie in a nice, nice little shave. I gave Susie a little pat up on the booty and she turned around and said, walk this way.
I was born in a plane. Mama said that every word was on my name. I'm the best you've ever had. If you think I'm burning out, I never am. I'm on fire. I'm on fire. I'm on fire. I'm on fire.
Fireball. Sticks and stones may break my bones, but I don't care what y'all say. Cause as the world turns, y'all boys gon' learn that this shit go right here don't play. That boy's from the bottom of the map. MIA, USA.
I have a hot Milo.
On the booty and she turned around and said, walk this way.
I was born in a flame.
Wait, we have to get Pitbull to say Fireball. I'm an idiot.
I'm the best you've ever had.
That's right.
If you think I'm burning out, I never am.
Milo twins. Uh-oh. What a shame. I just felt like it this morning. Fireball. Guys, I'm gonna say something. Pitbull might be the songbird of our generation. I'm just gonna say it right now. Yeah, no, I kind of was like, look, I still have my Red Bull. Actually, I haven't grabbed it yet, but I was like, I want to have a Milo morning and then do a little moment with the Red Bull later. I know, so I feel like my issue is I never catch things. So I will find out about the concert when people are there. I'm like, okay, sick. I didn't get any marketing for it. Tammy, enjoy your lurk, my love. Fireball. So we were talking to the gang last night. Well, Chris and I had a conversation. And we were like, all right, let's put it to the group because we hadn't planned anything, which is not like us at all. Changed the song with Friend Slop today. And he was like, dude, I just think we're all consumed with Tamagotchi. I'm like, yeah, I know. Like, if you guys want to, you know, maybe just not do Friend Slop, that's fine. And we messaged the group. And then Crispy was like, actually, I double booked. I can't do tomorrow anyway. So we're like, all right, let's play Tamagotchi then. Tamagotchi, sorry. But we don't know if this is going to happen. Played Up is on Switch. Yes. I got it for super cheap. Hi, Madge. Hello. But then Chris was like, maybe you, Sammy, and I could like make each other make things. So I don't know if that's going to happen, but if I end up getting a call from Chris and we do like a thing, then I'm down. DBD is on Switch. Yes. Oh, where's my music? Thank you. Ask hello. Staley, hello. I'm so tunnel vision to Nintendo games. No, I honestly was just like, fuck, I didn't expect to make my whole week about this game, but I truly think it is such a good game, and it just, it plays itself. Like, I actually can't believe how much drama there is in every channel, how much things just unfold without us even trying. Like, I still can't get over Daddy Pig giving Elmo an ultimatum. Like, that's crazy. I don't mind that Green M. That's new dough. I like that. Kind of suits your froggy. Pixel, so do I. I have my doctor's appointment in 8 hours. So I don't have to get off. Like, obviously I'm going to get off when I feel like, okay, I'm going to get off and do other things. But I don't have to stress that much. I just want to make sure I'm on time there. Because I was going to cancel it. And I'm like, don't cancel it. Because even if the worst happens, you still went. And you still tried. So, like, don't cancel it. Go and do it. Stop it. You're right. I'm keeping it for now. Yippee! Imagine how many more copies it would sell for. I know. Oh, my God. That's the only thing, like, I do understand in a sense. But, like, if this was on Steam, for example, if they had, like, a partnership with Steam, I know why they don't. But, like, if they did, oh, my God. So cool. Oh my god, so... Wait, what part? First of all, how are you? Second of all, how's Stardew? Pixel, I want to make this today. I'll show you. Where is it? Oh, that's me. Sorry. Oh, that's me. Where's this image? Oh, here? Where did it go? Okay, I need to make another image. You know what I love reading about your notifications? Hopefully Daddy Pig can bounce back with Fergie. That's so funny! With Fergie is so funny. Well, I hope so. I want to make this, Kermie today. So I want to make Kermit but I want to dress him in the beige fit. But I also kind of want to make this Kermie, like, with a dent in his head. I don't know. I just want to... I'm bloody huge doing 2 days. SOS. I'm at a spring fair. Something. I'm trying to sign me. Oh my god. How are you feeling, doll? What the hell? An early congratulations. Virgil. Thank you for 30. How are you, doll? Nona. Oh my god. Okay, creative sock maker. That's amazing. You didn't have to do that. It's very sweet. Make that face with the beige jumpsuit. Hi Jules, good to see you, doll. Anxiety Kermit is classic or me? Yes. Lucky 7. Hey, thank you, doll. Thank you. And then I want to do. Oh wait, a Nido friend. Where is my Nido? I need that. I kind of also want to make Ned Flanders. I have to make Chris as well, and I want to make Edna from Hairspray. But I don't know if I can pull this off. 6 Pokemon packs, that's so cute. No, I understand. Like, anytime I have a lot of people in my life that's given birth and they all feel the same way, but you're so strong and you're making life, babe. I love the Pokemon cards. I need her. Oh my god, so it is a reality TV show. So here are my characters. I made, we do have a new resident I made last night, guys. I was showing Reese the game. Is he here? No, that's Tim Curry. I was showing Reese the game. And we made him. Because he's like, what is this game? So I put it on the TV. It's actually hilarious showing someone the game because it's so insane. Like, if I want you guys, if you have this game, I want you to sit someone down that doesn't know gaming at all and show them this game. It feels like a fever dream. And this game already is a fever dream. For example, so here is Jesus. I'm actually roommates with Jesus. This is our house, the Holy Clunt. But I'm heartbroken at the moment because I told her not to go with Jesus. Yes, it is Gordon Ramsay. He's here. So here's what we have, Soph, and anyone who hasn't seen this. We have Marge, Terry, Daddy Pig, Pitbull, Michael Myers, Fergie, Jesus, Roz, Tim Curry, me, Randall, Don't Ask, Homer, Poot Lovato, Gordon Ramsay, Barney, Elmo, and IRL person Reese. Nate, do you think it's a me game? Wait, we should make Chris. I want to see who Chris falls in love with. No, it's amazing. So what happened? So let me give people a rundown for those who've missed it. Because I want to tell you about the storyline. You really need to know. These are your people. They are my people. So here's the rundown. So you can fall in love at first sight. So what happened was Fergie fell in love with Daddy Pig, who is now following Pitbull. Don't worry about it. Anyway, and Daddy Pig doesn't really seem keen on Fergie, which is heartbreaking. Daddy Pig then fell in love with Elmo out of nowhere. Like, Elmo just joined and Daddy Pig fell in love. And we're like, what the fuck? That's crazy. Anyway, then I made Tim Curry, and Tim Curry fell in love with Elmo instantly. And I was like, that's crazy. That's crazy. Okay. Right? Elmo then fell in love with Tim Curry very fast. And I was like, oh, okay, perfect. Tim Curry was about to ask out Elmo. And then Peppa Pig's dad, Daddy Pig, smashed through the door and went, no, I love Elmo. And was like, pick me, I love you. And Elmo obviously picked Tim Curry. Crazy. So Daddy Pig was heartbroken. He's fine now. Gordon Ramsay is lying on the beach. And yeah. Honestly, it's been so, like, obviously, yeah. So Randall's fallen. I want someone to help him up. Maybe Jesus. Or maybe Roz, because I want them to get together. Wait. I'm still heartbroken because I'm in love with Jesus. But don't worry about that. Striker, I just started, babe. You're good. We only are just catching up. You're good. Sama, none of what you just said seems wild in your stream. Guys, come on. You're right. Who am I? Who am I to say that? Who am I to, you know, help him up?
Everything all right down there.
Give us a hand,
I
will
know.
you?
Yeah, I'm in love with Jesus.
Let's
And I
see
said, no, no,
here.
no.
Whoa, wait a minute.
Mm-mm.
Thanks.
It's no big deal.
Cass, you cutie. Yeah, the voices as well. Ooh, close friend. He so doesn't want to have sex with Roz. No, I don't, Beef. She said to me, should I give up on Jesus? And I said, no. I mean, yes, he's not for you. You know what I mean? Striker, that is so funny. And obviously, wait, question, guys. How long did it take for you personally, if you can come up with a number, to become desensitized by whatever the hell this stream is? Was it a quick one for you, or were you like, all right, she's weird, but I'm going to give her time? Oh my God, Gordon Ramsay's showering. You little slut. That's crazy. Also, I'm going to do a test next week, guys. I know some people are going to hear this and be like, no, but hear me out. I'm going to go live when the Americans wake up and the Aussies are still up, because I want to see what my town's like at night. First stream? What the hell? An hour, few months? That's so funny. I watched Chris and Julia before. Oh, that's fine. Yeah, red, easy. A couple seconds? About 10 minutes, I'm the same. Yep. Yep. Isn't it funny how we met in another stream just talking shit about rent? Aries, I nearly spat my hot chocolate everywhere. I still moan, but mainly in DBD. Can we also talk about how Daddy Pig was so emotionally distraught about the breakup that he called Elmo a 3-inch freak or something? You treat me enough to get me full time. Yes! Oh, next. Like, your vibe made me stay. Wait, at the time I found your stream via rate, I did not branch out. I was like, one stream a little this type bitch. And then we played Texas Chainsaw. Honestly, I would love to play that again. Oh, the server's dead. Fuck, I love that game. He called someone something. Still remember being at work and you moaning so loudly in my Fortnite, I had to frantically turn down my audio on my AirPods. I love our law. I love our law. Wait, Aries, same. What the fuck? Crazy. All right, let's talk to everyone. What does Elmo want? Bacon pieces.
Do you have a moment?
If it's a game, I can't game right now.
I would just love it if there was a raised brick flower bed around here.
They're obsessed with flower beds. Obsessed. We don't need... Don't put it here.
That's improved my life quality by at least 6%.
Great. Hi, Faye. How are you, doll? The way he turns and looks at you, I know. All right, let's do this. Oh my God, guys, look what they donated to me today. Oh my God, thank you. Yes. Thank y'all. That's funny how they make the residents donate to you. Like, girl, what are their jobs? What are their jobs? Ooh, what's happening with Homer and Marge? Homie, what's wrong?
Good morning. I want to be friends with Roz.
You can be friends with Roz.
So, what should we talk about? Alright. I'll have a chat with her about cranking hog crazy style.
Go for it. Sounds like a Vine reference. Island of Simps.
Good
Hi,
morning,
Ferret.
Roz. Would you like to have a chat? About cranking hog crazy style.
I have a question for you, Homer. If you had to choose between Cranking Hog Crazy Style and Milky Milky Cocoa Puffs, which would you pick?
Oh,
Hmm.
I'd probably pick
Milky.
Milky Milky Cocoa Puffs.
Oh, I see. Okay, well, I have to be somewhere else. Let's talk about Cranking Hog Crazy Style another time.
It appears that Roz and I aren't exactly on the same page.
Oh. What? Why are you upset about Roz?
I talked to Roz about Cranking Hog Crazy Style, but, well, we just couldn't get on the same wavelength. Shame, I was really hoping to make a friend.
You can, babe.
A few.
What the hell? Roz is kind of cute. I'll admit it. Faith. Sorry to hear about renovation stress. You're doing the thing, baby. How much longer do you have? Oh?
You're a legend, sweetie.
Sweetie. Okay. Also, I've been posting a Tamagotchi video every day on Instagram just cause. Just cause, because it's so cursed. Like, I want to do a video tonight about how heartbroken Daddy Pig was over Elmo. Like, he was screaming things to the ocean. Pitbull wants me one moment. What's wrong? I'm still sad about Jesus, guys. That's ridiculous.
Ooh. Ah. Woe is me. I wanted to confess my love to Sky, Daddy, but I guess we're just not meant to be together.
Girl. Let's give her some titty. She likes some titty.
Oh. Thanks.
Kyle, Sky Daddy. That's my nickname for him. We gotta get you back out there, babe. Yay!
I'm feeling better now.
Perfect. Everything's all good, girl. Be free. Oh, Faithy, I get that. Yeah. You want to be comfortable. Wait, where's Daddy Pig? We need to get them... I need to get Fergie in and around his mouth. Is he in here? Oh, Daddy Pig loves Terry. That's so cute. Underground Daddy. Where's Fergie? Crazy sentence.
Fergie, hey there.
Hey, Daddy Pig.
That's Toasty Nisata.
He really just doesn't care.
Ankatalai, Wasenda Toasty Mono, get walk.
Elmo is so cursed.
So,
Where's Gordon? Oh, wait, Gordon Ramsay. Let's introduce Elmo to Gordon Ramsay. Crazy sentence, by the way.
Who you? Whatever. I'm Elmo. Hello there, Elmo. My name is Gordon Ramsay.
I don't know why I made Gordon Ramsay sing, but it is what it is.
Richard mine, Trafalgar's. The Travia Walker, the Foxa.
Okay. What if they become
I had a fun time
besties?
with Gordon Ramsay. It's all
Hi,
thanks to
Flower.
you,
How are
Carla.
you, doll? I know, game. I agree.
So,
Wait,
love
so
you.
and now you saw Gordon Ramsay. Wait, it's meant to be. What the hell? Bye, beef. I see you soon. What's new in the clothes store? Oh. A chef's uniform! Forgot. What the hell? Guys, this happened when I made Jesus. That is weird. I made Jesus and there was a random robe in the store the next day. And I made a chef and now I have a chef outfit. Fancy pirate coat. Oh my god, these are all so cute. A flower. Leotard. That's so cute. I don't know when this will come in handy. Maybe if I make Captain Feathersword. What's this? I'm just gonna buy everything because we have money. Wow. Where's Gordon Ramsay?
Choppy.
Sorry, I need to borrow you for a second. I have an outfit for you. Can I take the hat off you? That doesn't look very good.
Well, running out.
What are you thinking, gamer? What's your idea? Missing. Why does it remind me of the scene from Elf when Buddy tries to be the musical telegram to his dad? Real and fair. Expected chef from South Park. Fair.
Are you bored by any chance? We could play Pixel Quiz together if you want. Daddy.
Fine, Pitbull. I always say no to these, but I'm gonna do it.
Here's your first pixelated item. What do you think this is?
Marionette.
And the answer is
Yes.
a marionette. Next up, your second pixelated item. What do you think this is?
That's not Abby Lee. It has to be coffee, not
And
titty.
the answer is,
I can't believe I have an option for it to be titty. That's crazy.
and finally, the last pixelated item. What do you think this
That's a
is?
toasty. Or a pork pie?
The correct answer is
Oh, it's
some
mash. Oh, gamer, hell yeah. Apart from the working a
well.
lot thing, but like,
You
okay,
can't win
got a
them all.
job, super quick, easy,
Here,
top
take
off.
this as a consolation prize. Dali.
Dale. A box of tissues. Okay, I need to get people in love. What is he doing? What's Roz looking at? Does Roz like Michael Myers?
Well,
Maybe Tim Curry, can you give me a cutscene with Elmer? Oh.
Where was I going again? Makes sense.
Oh, Elmer, sweetie.
Tim baby. Talampa, right.
I want Marge and Homer to have kids. I love Tim Curry a lot as well. Okay, no cutscenes are available. Okay, okay. Yes, he's done so well. Honestly. Rank 23! Woo! Little quirks. I guess I'll unlock prezzies? I guess camera? I'll be taking photos of people though, but that might work out. That might be funny. You know what I should do today? I should move everyone's houses around and make them all live next to each other and make it all cute. Oh, wow. That's really cute. I guess it is autumn here. Yeah, I guess you could do that. You have 70 spaces. We could make whatever we want. I do want to make a few things today. What's new here? Let me just clear this.
Please come again.
Thank you, Daddy Pig. What else do we have here?
Welcome.
Whoa! I gotta get more of my thing.
Thanks for shopping with us.
I have to make Gran as well. We have to make Fergie. Oh, no, shut up. What's this?
Was Andy Pizza at the Plaza Hotel, Dornick One
Well, summon to Clinary. Is that Gorosy bitch? So first,
No way. No way! Oh! Jab!
I'm going down to the club, but I'm
Pussy Chassin! Pussy Chassin!
What is
Jab!
happening to me? I look at Rosalind.
Jabs
my heart
underscore
skips a
logs has
beat.
gifted 5
These
subs.
feelings I have
Naughty
for Rosal.
boy.
Could this be love?
They've fallen in love together!
I knew it. This is that love thing everyone is always
Jab.
going on about, isn't it? I think
No,
I
Roz
want to
likes...
ask Rosal
Roz
out.
likes Randall Freedom. Roz fell in love with Randall super early, but he only just fell in love with her. They fancy each other. That's crazy. Still a slut though, no I'm kidding. Hi Freedom, hi Tig. Jabs, thank you so much. Guys, it's time to spin that wheel. Let me get my wheel up. Thank you, Jabs. That means so much. I appreciate you. Hi, Axel. Axel, Randall just fell in love with Roz. Ooh, make a prezi. All right. I can make a food or an item. So whatever you want me to put into the game, they are used a lot with residents. So whatever you want me to make, if it's a food or an item, let me know. Thank you so much, Jab. Seriously. Thank you. Hi, Jill. I know. I just checked in on them at the restaurant, and he just fell in love with her. I didn't even do anything, which means they are mutually interested in each other, which is crazy. Fergie's still alone, which is like, I think Pitbull's in love with her, but Fergie wants Daddy Pig unless something else changes. What?
What?
Oh, nothing.
What is she doing? Girl. An anal lantern. Now, how do I make that, Jabs? Hi, Ping! Randall just fell in love with Roz, Ping! And, by the way... Oh, thank you so much. I can't tell you how much that means to me. That's very kind for you to
I
say.
have to sort my life out.
Who's saying that?
Starting tomorrow.
What the hell? Ping, my love, how are you? Guys, how do I make an anal lantern? Do I just make a bum, but it's a light? Jab spun the wheel and got Prezi. And I don't know how to make it. Is it just an ass but it lights up? Maybe we'll keep it. Yeah, is the light in it? I love how you like don't pretend I don't know. Okay, I'm gonna type in arse lantern in Google and see what comes up. Nothing, which makes sense. Oh my god, never mind. Something did. That's crazy. Okay. Alright, we're gonna try. A what? In honor of Carla, so cute. Well, I gotta see if we can get Fergie together. And then let's see how quick Roz and Randall tie the knot. Because Elmo and Tim Curry was pretty quick too. Marge and Homer took forever. Objects. Oh. Oh. I want a treasure so people will use it. Let's do anything. Oh, like Wraith? Wraith's lantern? Wraith's... Okay, and then I'll make it arsey. What, you mean Plague's lantern? Draw a torch with butt cheeks. That's crazy. Or the light in the lantern is a butthole. Doesn't Wraith need to have a bell? It's a bell. Carl was originally talking about Plague's lantern. If you wanted to do Kyle or accurate, it's Plague. Because that's a light. But I'm willing to do whatever. Grace, how do you find drawing? I saw your message. He was trying to shove it up his ass. Okay, so Plague Lantern is very sharp. So it's a very sharp one, but we can make the light. I honestly don't know. Let's do the lantern first. This is looking like steamy doo-doo. No, we don't need this. Pistons, come on, please. And it kind of goes out. This looks like a butt plug. This just looks like a butt plug, but it's meant to be a lantern. Guys, stay with me. Stay with me. Stay with me. Stay with me. Now, we need the light to be an arse. Now, it does look like balls, but don't worry about it. It's an arse. Don't worry about it, guys. Ignore it. Just stay with me. It's an ass. Ma'am, those are balls. Wait, let me... Wait, hold. Ma'am, those are balls. It's so funny. Let me just draw the crack. Also guys, long crack. But it's shining. Wait, actually. I need it to glow. Oh, that's funny. Oh, never mind. Oh, yes, you're right. What was that arrow with the not poops called? The spear? Oh, that's cute. That's crazy. That does not look like a lantern. Oh, what's this? Oh. Aw, it's shining. It's shining bright like a diamond. Wow, this lantern is absolutely shining. Guys. Wait, guys. Wait, you know what's crazy? I'm gonna put a beam of light. It's gonna look so angelic. Oh. How do I make it? Why is it going backwards? Yes. Oh, it's shining out of that hole. Wait, does it glow? Pixie, so I went to Peru and I found this ancient relic and I think it was called an Anal lantern? I don't know about the pronunciation, but I think it was an Anal lantern. And it's supposed to bring good luck.
Lantern.
Okay. Oh, it's shining. Trait. Terrifying. Vibe. Delightful. Wow, it's so shiny. Wow, it's so bright. I can barely see.
Welcome. Thanks for shopping with us.
Wow. David. Nate, thank you for, oh no, Jabs, I should say, even though you probably conspired together. But Jabs, thank you for spinning the wheel and getting your very worth it anal lantern. It's actually canal lantern, but yeah, the C fell off. Do you like my spear, Alyssa? It's really good. It was all him. That's so funny. All right, Barney. I'm gonna place you in the next person I see, except for Poot. Randall is super happy. Actually, you should meet Gordon Ramsay. Axel, I was showing him the game last night. It's so cursed when you show a normie this game. You don't know how to explain anything. Hi, Brandon. How are you, doll? I actually really like our Barney. Shine bright like an anal lantern. It is so long. Yes. Like Barney? I kind of love him. Look how zesty Randall is, guys. Very, but like we were laughing so hard because there was a moment, there was a cutscene I haven't seen on stream and it was so funny. Jesus held, I think the spear. All right, they're frozen. Let's bring Jesus. Jesus will fix everything.
Oh dear, what's wrong?
My body won't move.
Don't worry, I watched the video on this once.
Oh my god, Rihanna.
What?
We need to speed run like 5
Thank you.
residents.
I was in a bit of a
Should I
pinch
organize the
there.
island first before I make more?
No. No need to thank me. Amen.
Amen. Jesus is playing hard to get. So I want to make all of their houses be together. Because this is a hot mess. Kyle, I don't know, because I put it on the wheel as a chance to make, because I realized, I was like, I wish I could make everyone, but I only have a certain amount of slots. So I was like, that's why it's on the wheel as like a chance. I want Kyle, who would Kyle want? Probably Barney? Oh, Kippy! Have you started yet, doll? How is it, if so? Barney? Don't you reckon you'd love Barney? Or am I wrong? How do I move houses? Oh, Pood is here, Brandon. Everyone is here. Actually, I want to move that over. Fergie Ferg! Wait, putting their houses together is actually really funny. Oh, pop off doll. Are you loving it? Proud of you. Huge. Bloody proud doll. I love how it just deletes. I need to move. I just really want to put houses together. Elmo next to Terry. And then Tim Curry next to Elmo. For obvious reasons. That looks better. I like that. I like that. I would like to make a third house here. But I need to put grass there. That's looking nicer. Maybe I move that back to where it was. Are they close together? Yeah. Aww. Wait, it seems like you're doing so well. I'm so happy for you. Hell yeah, babes. Pop the hell off, I say. I need to move. I don't know where to put things. I should put me and Jesus over here. For a laugh. I kind of need to build a lot of grass, I think. I need to fill this all in. Uh-oh. Didn't mean to do that. Although I do need to do this, so it works out. Oopsies. Need more grass. At least it's easy to renovate. Oh, I can't do that. How do I delete that? Steps. Put away. There we go. Oh, it's so easy. Hell yeah, okay. I'm just gonna get rid of all of this. Because knowing the Miis, someone's gonna call me to their house and be like, I need some paths. And they can do that. They can help me. Lexi! Hello, doll! How are you? Okay, that's given us something to work with. Just feels a little bit messy. Morgan! Oh my god, hello! Aloha! What's this? What's this? Okay, I'm moving all of this. I can move these here. Danny! Hello, doll. How are you? I can't move anymore, so maybe I just do them all here. And then we'll move Jesus back here. Crazy sentence. I like Marge and Homer being there. We should actually move Roz too, so she's not alone. And then soon they'll say, oh, we need paths around here, and they can fix that for me. Okay, so we're cooking. We're slowly getting somewhere. Although, I'm really attached to that being here. Maybe I should move the photo thing like over here, since people don't really need to access it. And same as this, no one really needs to get over here. Because they're for me. They're just for me. And then my treasure store. Ooh, that's awful. Okay, we'll fix that. But so far, this is better. I think. We'll wait for them to go, where's my paths around here? And then we can sort it out.
Welcome.
What the hell? Is that a kimchi
We're
soup?
running a special sale today. You know.
70 cents!
Argent. Ta-ta
The
for
lady's
now.
house. Just a
Be sure
manhole?
to stop by again this afternoon.
How do people create cool interiors?
Welcome.
Oh,
come
wait.
again.
Wait. Hold the phone. Oh, okay. We can unlock that and make it. Right, okay. That's cool. Okay, what's wrong with Daddy Pig? Daddy Pig's loving his life, sick. Showering in public in his sweatpants. Kyle and when he... Okay. Should we give Daddy Pig a lantern?
Good morning.
Oh, he loved it! Sopping wet. I agree. Course he did. That's a dirty Daddy Pig. We need to get Daddy Pig fallen in love. You know what's gonna happen? He's gonna fall in love with the most random person. Elmo's home. Elmo's feeling some sort of way. Let's let him meet Gordon.
Hi and nice to meet you, Get Pork.
Hi, Em.
My name is Daddy Pig. Hello there,
Daddy
Daddy
Pig.
Pig. My name is Gordon Ramsay.
Ramsey. Can I take his fuck ass hat off? Oh, he's talking about the spear, Kyle. With a flared face.
Thanks for brightening up my morning, Daddy Pig.
Where's Carla? I know. I gotta do different hair. I gotta do my hair tonight. I couldn't be bothered straightening it. What's wrong with Elmo? A Ferris wheel? What the hell?
We interrupt your day to bring you this breaking news. This next story is bound to bring a smile to somebody's face. A Ferris wheel is now operational on
That's so
Lucy
funny.
Island. Some notable comments from ecstatic residents include,
This is
if I
soon.
confess my love up in there, it can't possibly go wrong. How wonderful. I'm sure our island looks breathtaking when seen from the top of the Ferris wheel. Great. Being stuck up high inside a tiny... Thank you for watching. I'm Reese and that was your breaking news.
That's so funny. I was showing him the game because it is so random, and I feel like especially for normies with love, this game is an extra... It's extra fever dreamy. That's so funny. What the hell? Does that mean I can send people on a date here? That's hilarious. Going inside. What? You can go inside the Ferris wheel? And this is so clever. What do you mean? Get me inside the red one. Hi, Terry! Wait, Terry's waving at me! Hey! Oh my god. Bobby, hello, doll. It's so random, Morgan. I'm pissed off. It's so cute. That is so crazy that you can be in the Ferris wheel. What? Can I send Homer and Marge to the Ferris wheel? There'll be DNA everywhere. You enjoy.
Hee hee. Nobody knows I'm up here watching them.
Okay, creep. All right, let's see if we can get Marge in there with him. I know she's crumping right now, but we have things to do.
Eek. I wonder how many other islands you can see from up there.
No, go in, babe. Join Homer.
Carla, I wonder who's up there now.
Oh, you can't go there together. Okay. And you'll be licking up every drop. Yes. Bobby, you are not a knob, my love. So the wheel for this particular thing, again, very optional, but I thought it's fun. 5 gifted subbies spins the wheel, and you can get really any one of these. So pick a resident, pick fictional. So if you get pick resident, you can say me. But if you just get fictional, that has to be a fictional character. Pick a catchphrase to make someone say something all the time. Choose a love duo for me to try and force. Create a friend, so create someone I know. Residents' nicknames, make a food, make a fit, make chat, and make a prezi. Or like an item in game. There is a command, yeah. Alright, let's see who's oh, baby.
You naughty
You
boy.
naughty boy.
Ping Ping Chicken Wing has gifted us
Motherfucking,
up to
oh
Bits
wait. Motherfucking,
You naughty boy.
Thank you, Pig. It will
Ping
play.
Ping Chicken Wing has gifted us up to Chi by
It's just
Plates Games.
playing hard to get.
I'm going down to the club, but I'm
Pussy tossing. Pussy tossing. Pussy tossing.
I'm going down to the club.
Pick a catchphrase.
Pussy tossing. Pussy tossing.
Oh no.
Ping
Alright.
Ping Chicken Wing has gifted 5 subs.
Do you wanna
Naughty boy.
respin? Because you got that last time. What did you make them say again? What did you make them say? I don't remember. What's up, sugar tits? 30 stream streak! 30? Oh my god, that was so close. Holy shit. Okay, what item or food do you want me to make for them? My balls itch is crazy. Trace, hello. Thank you so much, Pig. I appreciate that so much. Randall's confused. Everyone's confused. Jesus and I are confused. Oh, he's pissed. Oh, he's pissed off. I'm not dating Jesus, no. We're just roommates. Actually, just roommates. Can't imagine Ira or Carla doing that. No, never. Oh, she's breakdancing.
Great miso soup weather we're having. Ha.
Honestly, what a great day for some fried
What a
chicken.
great day. Oh, babies?
Ha. Why won't it open?
Try giving it a push.
This is law accurate. Yeah,
Oh.
okay. Okay. This is just an episode of The Simpsons. What the hell? Ping, let me know what you want me to make you, baby.
Ha. My pet Newt is missing and I'm bored. Do you want
Pet
to play
Newt?
me shadow quiz with me? Here's your first mystery meet shadow. Who do you think this is?
Hmm. Lily, when I get the prompt, I will definitely make it that, yes. I haven't got the prompt yet. I'm trying to make Homer and Marge have
And
babies.
the answer is... It was Daddy Pig.
Daddy Pig.
Next up, your second mystery meet shadow. Who do you think this is?
That's me.
And the answer is... It was Carla.
Yeah, it has to
And
be.
finally,
It has to
the
be.
last mystery meet shadow. Who do you think this is?
Marge.
The correct answer is... It was Marge.
They know babies, they spawn in as full-grown adults. Oh, no
Congratulations.
babies?
It's time for your prize.
What do you think this is? Oh, another Nintendo Switch. They love the Switch. Thoughts on a bell that you can ring with the shaft being very phallic, and it's the cum bell. Speaking of pork, you haven't porked tonight, baby? What's on a bell that you can ring and give... Bobby!
Welcome to the BBC.
Up next, Peppa Pig's dad gets porked. Find out tonight, will he become Daddy's favourite? Bobby! Ah! Thank you! Ooh, that's so nice!
Boy Wonder Bobby has gifted 20 subs.
Oh,
Naughty boy.
Bobby! Thank you so much. Oh, my love. I really, 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 really appreciate that so much. Or a clothing item ping as well. I can write cock on a shirt. Whatever you want. Thank you, Nintendo, for sending me the copy of Tomodachi Life, by the way. Thank you, Bobby. I really, 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 I should make Gran. Yeah, I cannot tell you how much that means to me. Seriously. Thank you so much for that. If you were gifted a sub from Bobby, please say thank you. Oh. Please say thank you. That means so much. You are Daddy's favorite. Cum shirt? Do you just want it to just okay. Who do you want to wear it? Daddy Pig deserves it. Okay. I got you. Wait, Bobby, that means you have... you have so many spins. What the hell? Oh, shit. Jesus? No, sure. Oh, wait, I have an idea. I have an idea. Let me cook. Just let me cook. Oh, we need... Thoughts? Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Oh wait, how do I? Oh fuck. Okay. So you want Jesus to wear it? Okay. Now that's a wheel spin. Go shopping! Hi, Eva! Is Jesus home? Yeah. Hey, Jesus! I see you're making a toasty. Now's not the time.
Yes, what is it?
I need to assemble an outfit for you. Wait, why is that kind of a fit? Why is he throwing a fit? My girly pop. Wait, that's exactly his style. Wait, let me do a wheel spin for Bobby. Lana! Burrito, listen, I can explain. Bobby, thank you so much again. You are the best. I appreciate that. And Ping as well. I'm glad you like the wheel. Listen. Ooh. I guess I could make a crop top by making it. I don't think we have crop tops yet, but surely. Is there anyone in the town's nickname that you want me to change? So like, for example, my nickname to Jesus. Wait, is the shirt an acronym for commercial uniform man? Oh, exactly. Yes. Yes, exactly. Yes, yes, yes. How did you know? No, actually, I think I like that. That's really good. How do I change it? Residence? Come, Daddy. Wait, first of all, Homo Huddle, I love your name. Wait. Can we just pause? That being the first message makes me so severely filled with love. Thank you. Pardon me. Thank you so much for your service. Thank you. You've made my day 10 times better. Now let's change Jesus' nickname to Jizzle. I'm iconic. What can I say? Yeah, baby. Oh, Pig Burrito.
Put your ass away, child!
You kill me.
Burrito0986 just subscribed.
Thank you,
Jesus
King.
gonna be
Yes,
bouncing
what
on
is
a
it?
crazy style while wearing his cunty outfit.
You naughty boy.
And Burrito, real
Ping
babe.
Ping Chicken Wing has gifted a sub to Homer Huddle.
How do you change nickname? Do I go to me? Do I go to me and change it? Because I know you can. Cheese! Wait, huge first message too. Thank you, Burrito. 22 is so crazy. I appreciate you so much. And Ping, thank you so much. 7. I love how that's the thing that brought people together right now. Get off.
Hey doll.
All right, how do I change the nickname? I know I can. How do I do that? Little quirks?
You seem to be having fun.
Jesus Coming brings us together.
Hello.
So Troy. That's my first actual mod thing I've ever done. Edit me? I mean, I could do one step closer and just rename Jesus to Jesus because it's the spelling. Oh wait. I know I gotta get across. Oh my god, Jesus is so cunty. I love him.
How do you do?
Okay, until I figure it out. Oh wait. Until I figure it out, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna make it one step closer. Belongings? Oh, terms. There we go. I found it. He knelt for our sins.
Hey doll. Sky Daddy.
I'm dead. Sorry, I'm just losing it. I'm losing it. I honestly feel like I'm in a fever dream. He nailed for our sins. Yeah.
Good morning, Jesus.
Hey, what are you talking about? I'll do another wheel spin. I'm losing it. Why am I losing it? Stop. Guys, stop it. Behave. Oh. Uh-oh. What am I making, Bobby? Us behave? What are you talking about? Us behave? I'm not doing... Guys. Is this how you pictured 30? This is crazy. Wait, Officer Pud? Oh, okay. So... I'll show you. Wait. We were just being foul last night. Wait, where is it? That's so funny. I'm here. Do I make Officer Pud? Or do you want me to turn myself into Officer Pud? Kaz! Pussy toss it! Pussy toss it! Pussy toss it!
I'm going down to the club, but I'm pussy tossing.
Spin that wheel!
Good morning.
Casks Z has gifted 5 subs. Naughty boy.
Kaz, thank you so much. We're gonna make Officer Pud? Alright. Do I turn myself into Officer Pud? Or do I... Did I have a front fringe in Officer Pud? What did I look like? Is there an... Oh, I missed the officer outfit yesterday. Is it still in there? Let me have a look. Well, no. Just wait. I think I have to make it. Let me just move things around real quick. 7, I was showing my babe, if you will, Tamagotchi Life, because they're not a big gamer. And I was like, let me just show you the game. And I was like, make yourself will be really funny. So we made him. And then we gave each other nicknames, and it was just so fun. Honestly, show this game to someone in your life that doesn't understand this game. Showing who? My baby. Quickly, I'll just spin this for Cass. With the mortgage lender. Ooh. Okay, so at any point today, because I'm going to be making a few people, if you want me to try and get 2 people together, I'll do everything in my power to get someone together, Cass. Do you want Mum instead, Bobby? Should I do Mum instead? Mum? Okay. Wait, who's Mum gonna fall in love with? I want it to be a group decision? Okay. If you have any ideas now, let me know. Otherwise, I'm gonna be making a few people. Let me know if you're like, all right, I want Jesus with Pitbull. Try and make them get together. Or I want Jesus or Barney or Granny or whatever. Mum could have Jesus. Jesus, any money, Jesus will fall in love with Mum. Cass, King, Burrito, Bobby, thank you, doll. Michael Myers is still single. Yeah. Also, thank you so much for the support. Guys, I don't want to be cringe and keep thanking you, but it means so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. What's this? Okay, let me get that thing. Keep that DVD link. Wait, Granny and Myers? He's gonna ask for his me. You literally have made my postpartum so much better. Oh, my love. That's so sweet. I'm so glad I could help in some way. Because I know that's like, I can't even imagine what that would feel like. But I know it would be tough. So you're doing amazing. 80 streak. Yep. I'm just getting a photo from Mum recently. Obviously I know what she looks like, but she had her hair, she's cut her hair a little bit. It's shorter. 80. Okay. So we have a similar face shape. You know what I realized? That my face is actually quite square. Making a me really makes you think about your face. Like that's a line right there. I have a little box head. But we have a chin too. But it's not that square. Beautiful box head. Wait, you don't get drop stuff, Luna? Drops credit for watching too. It's been like, really? In all channels, doll, or just mine? Okay, Mum's kind of like... honestly, kind of cute. Oh my god, Trey's so close. How exciting. How are you feeling? She kind of has light hair at the moment. At first I was like, it's fine because I wasn't getting ads, but now I get... what? Nothing, all. Oh shit. What's going on?
Thank you for the sub.
Put your ass away, child.
My_oak just subscribed.
Oh.
Scooty oof.
33. Babes, thank you so much. Oh wait, can I do this? Oh wait, she doesn't have a I don't think it's that. Can I? That's cute. Oh my god. I love. Guys, thank you so much for all the streaks, all the resubs, all the gifted subs, all the wheel spins. I appreciate you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. Oh my god. Mum has real nice brows. She never needs to get them done. It's honestly just amazing. She has the most perfect brows. That's okay, Oak. You know what? A lot of people's follow time are goofed as well. I think it's honestly, I know a lot of people unfollow and refollow for a joke, but it's happened regardless. It's crazy how it's just so easy for it to reset. Mum loves a lash. I'm gonna get her some sparkling eyes. Cause she's cute. Should I call her mum? So people are aware it's my mum? Probably. Oh, she loves Lippy. She loves Lippy. Loves it. You mean her name isn't Mum? Oh, shit. Although I kind of want to give her... She loves a Lippy. I think I might just give her that. I think I might give her Lippy. The whole time? The whole time. Ooh, she does wear cute little glasses. My life is a lie. She has these cute little pink frames. I'm gonna put on her. Oh my gosh, she's so cute. Gosh, she's so cute. Stop. She has smile lines like me. What lines are those? I don't know. It kind of goes the other way. How do I do that? Where's the other lines? Ding, ding. That's not really doing what I want it to do. Is it this? These? Put some eyeshadow on it. Oh, she's so cute. But, sorry, Mum. You are little. She's shorter than me. I have to make myself taller.
My name is Mum.
Oh, that's cute. Who's gonna fall in love with her? She stays the same age. She is 40.
My name is Mum.
My name is Mum.
My name is Mom. It's nice to meet. My name is Mom. My name is Mom.
My name is Mom.
My name is Mom. It's not. My name is Mom. My name is
I
Mom.
want her to sing.
My name is Mom. It's not. My name is Mom. My name is Mom. It's nice to meet you. My name is Mom. My name is Mom. It's my name is Mom. It's nice to meet you.
Yes. Yes, she is related to me. Granny. Also, Nia, thank you, doll. Granny, I just made me mum.
Okay.
I'm seeing who mum. I'm seeing who mum falls in love with. Hello. Who did you make today? I've made mum today. There she is. She's in the island with her pink frames. Put your ass away, child. Yeah, we do have to do that. You're right. We're gonna move that instantly. Grimace, Austin Powers, and Carol's chatting. Of course, yes.
Carla, right? It's nice to meet you. I'm Mom. I'm an easygoing dreamer. I know I come
I got the
across
same line,
pretty
by the
laid
way.
back. I just keep my. You seem not.
I'm gonna put your outfit on. Let's go shopping. We need to go shopping. I want to see your Grimace so bad. I'm gonna make her... What is she gonna wear? That's cute. But... honestly, she would wear something funky like that. I want Mum to come in so I can be like, Mum! Oh, she would so wear this blazer. And then she loves a good shoe. I'll give her some plain trainers. And a scarf. Yes. I love that you can tuck in the shirt, by the way. Oh, I need to put the trainers on. There we go. Somebody text Mom! Hi Jinx, hi everyone, thank you for the raid doll. Oh my god, that's so her! That's so funny. Oh my god. What, are you saying I need to make Luigi? Because you're right. Guys, the first person I drop in on Mum is gonna fall in love with her. She's so cute. Are you kidding me? Where's Daddy Pig?
Hoi.
Yep. Don't worry, don't fall in love with Fergie. Fall in love with my mum. She just got here.
What kind eyes she has? Mom, is that her name? Even her name is kind. Get porked. Oh, Mom, have I fallen in love?
That's actually insane. I've been trying to get him to fall in love with everyone. He only fell in love with Elmo and he got his heart broken. But you know what? He is Daddy Pig. Mum deserves love.
I was captivated by the kindness within Mum's gorgeous eyes. Get porked. Oh, if I could only be together with Mum and gaze into those eyes every day. Get porked.
That's so crazy. Hey, it's great.
So nice to see you. I actually have a small
Not the Abby
gift
Lee
for
Miller.
you. Here,
Oh, that's too kind. I couldn't possibly.
please. I insist.
No.
Oh.
No.
Oh,
Oh, they're doing this. Okay.
No.
Okay. Amy.
Tinderlunder. Tilantha. Right. Contopo. Tilantha. Right. So. Tilanti. Nimpao.
That's absolutely crazy. Guys, if you're new to our drama and our stories, let me just tell you. Fergie fell in love with Daddy Pig ages ago, right? Daddy Pig hasn't fallen in love with anyone easy except Elmo. But Tim Curry already snapped Elmo up and Daddy Pig got his heart broken. Okay? I've been trying to get him to move on to someone for so long. And my mum spends 2 seconds on this island. I say as a joke, ha ha, he's gonna fall in love with her. That's crazy. That's actually crazy. Wow. The Sims was a fever dream. New paragraph just dropped. Amy, honestly, I truly love, and I'm even for you guys, like, oh my god, Jesus is on the Ferris wheel, with Mikey?
Me, I'm not French.
I don't know. I wonder if she'll fall in love with him or she'll fall in love with someone else. Glam, how are you, by the way? Alex, Nomi, Cass, hey. We do want to have, well, we do want Marge and Homer to have kids. That's proving a little bit difficult. What's happening in here?
Okay, quiz time. Do you like me? Yes
He's
or no?
married!
Answer quick.
You're all right, I guess.
Yeah, what?
Wow. Okay. Praise doesn't come much fainter than that.
I'm not a homewrecker!
Hey, what are you up to today? Wanna do something fun in a bit?
No, he's married.
Oh,
Great.
actually, I've got an errand to run. Several errands, in fact. So many errands.
Oh. Maybe another time.
I say, I have smitten and fancies.
Seen any good films lately?
It depends.
Not really. No.
Speed things up, guys. He's married. What are you doing?
Hey, Naraka. Tilantha, right.
Look at his big tits. No, I'm. Oh, Barney's here. Barney, meet Mum.
I don't think we've met. Right. My name's Barney.
Lovely to meet you, Barney. I'm Mum.
The single strand is so funny.
Titty like food. Titty meshed up. Titty wobble dog. Hey. With Mum's Donny do. Titty rack along.
You're so funny, Barney.
Well, that's good. Okay, sure, typical. Classic Barney, only wanting to talk about tits. Guys, by the way,
love the sea.
Randall loves Roz now, by the way.
What?
He fell in love with Roz. Let's see if we can get that cranking. Let's crank that hog. Where's Randall?
Ooh.
Sigh. Rosal.
Where are you going? Ignore my Randall. Oh. Oh, look, there's Jesus, guys.
Wish I could go back to bed.
Jesus. Oh my god, Daddy Pig and Jesus, sorry, and Mia hanging out. Tim Curry's there. Gordon Ramsay. Barney.
Phew. Hi and nice to meet you.
That makes sense, V, because you were talking about
My name is
Luigi earlier, and I was like, I don't have a
Hello
Luigi.
there, Jesus.
But I'm really happy
My
for you,
name
to
is
be honest.
Gordon Ramsay.
Gordon Ramsay. NB coded. Hi, Swervin. I really want Homer and Marge to have kids.
Gordon Ramsay makes Toronto say terror.
Jesus is a free spirit, guys. You have to thank Ping for this because they picked the shirt. Did some drama. Fucking Luigi. Okay, they're out here. Elmo's home. Should I get them to visit Elmo? Tim Curry. Let's see. They're dating. They can have kids, yes, but I think, oh. Oh. Can you guys talk instead of just clap? I want you guys to...
Oh, Tim baby.
Elmo sweetie. Well,
Okay, they're not ready for it. That's okay. Where's the decor? I know, I have to do everyone's room. They love their cell. Where's Homer? Homer's in here. Okay, let's see if we can get them to have a date. Hold. They haven't had a date in so long.
Ha.
Yes.
So these were the chef's recommendations. They're totally different dishes, though.
Right.
Well, I know which one I've got my eyes on.
Same.
Okay. On my signal, let's both point to the one we want.
Marge is gonna pick tit. Yep, I know my girl.
Having different tastes has its benefits sometimes.
Soulmate! Guys, I hate to be dramatic, but can you have kids? Please. Please, please, please. Me and who? I kind of want Randall and Elmo to get married, but I don't think they will. Now woohoo, go on, woohoo, please. Please, I'm desperate. I got a sprinkler. Put your ass away, child. It will be, yes. As soon as I get the option, that will definitely be her phrase.
Good
For sure.
morning. Do
Definitely.
you have time for a quick chat?
Yeah, talk to
I'd
me.
like to ask you something.
Ask me.
I'm curious about your special talents. Carla, what's a skill you could win a gold medal for? Joking it? So you're pretty good at joking it, huh? Remind me never to challenge you at that.
You'll lose. Thank you for asking.
Somehow I feel I might have feelings for Rosal.
Yeah, I know. It was a zesty little walk, King. And by that I mean my penis. Yeah, the spotlight was the combination of everything there was a bit creepy, I will admit.
If someone would join me.
I'm here, babe.
Let my thoughts reach
Ducky, yes.
you.
Hey, doll.
Ow. Why does my stomach hurt all of a sudden?
Confess your love.
I sure wish someone would join me.
All right.
That's the stuff.
Not Randall in her guts. I did make me. I did fall in love with Jesus, but then I convinced myself not to be in love with Jesus.
Yahoo.
This game is so fucking weird. I know. I love it. Alright, what does Michael Myers want?
Looking for something to do. We could play Poke the Ferris wheel.
Poke the
together if
Ferris
you're
wheel?
up for it.
Purple, hello. Stefani, hello. Spin the Ferris wheel using a set number of pokes so that the carriage the me is in stops right at the bottom.
Poke the Ferris wheel 2 times and make my carriage stop at the bottom. You can hold down the A button to charge it. Now, let's start. That's the way.
Uh-oh.
Give it one last poke.
Oh, I suck.
Are so close.
Sorry. My bad. I've never poked the Ferris wheel before.
Oh well.
My bad. Sorry. Happens everyone's first time. Thank you, El. I needed that. What's wrong with Gordon Ramsay? You know what I'm gonna do? Cheers for the TP, Mike. I needed that.
Hello.
I think you can actually renovate them into a kitchen. Unless I totally am just imagining things.
Welcome.
There's one with pots and pans, I think. Or at least there was. Damn. I guess it's gone. I love Gordon. He's my goat. He's my absolute goat. I'll give him a batchy pad. But I swear that oh no, Gordon would have this. Damn, there was a pots and pans set yesterday.
Thanks for shopping with us. Please come again.
Thank you. Oh yeah. Thank you. He likes it well enough.
Thanks. It looks different.
Oh, he hates it. What's wrong?
I'm kind of
Say less.
oh my.
Oh, we didn't like that. He found it disgusting? Oh, my bad.
Lately, I've been trying to cook more for myself.
Really? Can I take the fuck ass hat off you? Or is it a full thing? Oh, you can! Oh, perfect. Oh my god, that's actually iconic. Okay. Wow, this game's so smart. I love it not having a locked fit. Can you create art for them to hang in their house? Maybe not. It's fucking raw! It has to. It has to. Let me see if I can talk to him again and keep... Let's go back and see him and see if I can sweet talk him.
Yes, what is it?
I'm giving you a gift. I'm giving you a dildo spear. You love it, don't you, you freak? Okay. Okay, I'm also gonna give you...
Thank you for the sub.
Put your ass away, child.
I'm gonna give you a signature.
Joshua Grovold just subscribed.
Josh!
My lucky number.
Thank you for
What chaos has
23.
ensued?
Thank you, doll. Oh my god, wait, what's happened today? Oh, the second my mum joined the island, Peppa Pig's dad fell in love with her, which is crazy because...
I'm afraid I'm not that hungry.
Fair. Because he hasn't fallen in love with anyone but Elmo. So the fact that that just happened instantly, I was like, okay, that is an actual joke, but sure. Okay.
Oh my.
Thank you for the resub, doll. I hope you're well. We're nearly there. We're nearly there. I'm just trying to get his level up so I can give him a catchphrase. We're nearly there. Can I give him an apple?
Thanks, but
True. Okay. I haven't seen the boys. Anytime I see info about the boys, it seems like I thought I was crude, and it seems like the boys is just the definition of crude. And very violent. I had no idea. Oh, Patty's head? Okay. Okay, expressions. So, when does he say this? Ending a sentence? Shouted at the sea is so funny. Before eating, ending a sentence, starting a sentence. Ending? Or before eating? Hold. Okay.
It's fucking more.
What the hell?
It's fucking more. I love it. That expression pretty much sums up who I am as a person.
True. Okay, now I need him to get hungry so I can experience that. Is Fergie hitting it? Yeah, okay. Elmo. What is this?
Hey, I'm Elmo. Hello there, Elmo. My name is Randall.
Perfect. His best qualities. Elmo's arrogant as hell. Dwashi, thank you for the lurk. And Miranda, my god. I hope you're well, doll. Thank you, guys. Oh, Mum is talking to Homer and Terry. Okay, I gotta pee. You need to look after them for me. Hopefully they say something juicy.
Feels good to have a Hawaiian key ring. I've been looking forward to this strawberry all day. I need to get some sleep. I'm seeing things. Lock. Good afternoon, Daddy Pig. Good afternoon, Tim Curry. Oh, Elmo sweetie. How I love you so. Feels good to have a Hawaiian key ring. A Hawaiian keyring. Truly one of a kind. Tomorrow, can I pray?
They said they were straight up drooling for us. What the fuck? And I'm listening in on it. Liz! How are you, babe? How are you? Hi, lady. Hi, Trish. Hi, Liz. What? Terry looking forward to a strawberry? What? We both showed up at the same time. It's kind of interesting. If I leave my thing here, does it automatically switch to someone talking? Because I wanted to... I've been thinking about it for a while and I made it yesterday. I wanted a goal to be a 24-hour Tomodachi stream. Like, I live in this world for 24 hours. And I was thinking when it's time for me to nap, leaving it just playing. Because how did we get here? We followed Terry. Oh, okay. So it follows people. That's kind of funny. Oh no! How's your week been, Liz? It followed who you were on. Oh, okay. So that means that, like, if I ever were to do a living in Tomodachi for 24 hours thing. Did Terry just twerk? Okay. I could leave it on someone and then it would just stay on. What? A bit awkward. Oh, okay. That's kind of cool. Wait, what is this? I want to see this so bad. I love what happened while I was away. That's crazy.
I've been looking forward to this strawberry all day.
It's him.
I need to get some sleep.
What the hell?
I'm seeing things.
That's so funny that it did that while I was gone. Did they just twerk? They look like they twerked. Terry was sunbathing and then walking. Whoa. Been a good week. Yeah. Good doll. We've been very Tomo-pilled, but I will do some more Faz soon because I need to. I want to. What's happening here? Gordon Ramsay? Gordon's fallen over. Let's bring Barney. Where is Barney? Over here. Gordon needs life alert, quick. I think we have close to 17 now. We got to make a few more.
Oh no! Are you
Gumball.
okay? Sorry, do you mind giving me a hand? Have you tried moving?
Moving.
Oh, I probably should have tried that. Thank you. I was in a bit of a pinch there. No worries at all.
Just a bit. Have you tried getting off the floor?
I'm not rich. Yeah, feeling
I give up my seat.
Okay, so Peppa Pig's dad is in love with my mum. Tim Curry is relaxing on the ground. I guess you can meet Jesus.
I don't think we've met.
Crazy
right?
statement, I know.
My name's Mom.
So your mom. I'm Jesus. Amen.
Oh yeah, I should introduce her to myself. I wonder if they know we're related. Well, I put it in, but I wonder if there's storylines for that. Alright, sorry. Are you Jesus? No, I'm not, I swear. Where is me? There I am.
Yeah. I don't think we've met, right?
Liz?
My
What?
name's Mom. Lovely to meet you.
What
Mom.
shirt?
I'm Carla.
What do you mean?
No crushing, no
Doctor's
clue.
robes? Right, right. Okay, I'll tell you that.
crushing, no clue. Milk like food, milk master.
Great.
I think we
Hi,
get
Mikey.
along
Hi,
really well.
Liz.
Mom.
Crazy statement. So, was it Ping? I think Ping spun the wheel and it landed on created an item or a shirt. And then he wanted me to make a cum shirt. And we thought, you know what? Who would that look good on? None other than Jesus. And he loves it, as you can see. And I also put fishnets on him because I think he's zesty. Roz, what's wrong? Jesus H.
Got a minute spare for a game of coin spin?
I'm gonna say yes because I love who they put on a coin. I'm gonna guess they're gonna put Peppa Pig's dad on the coin. I have to pay extra at the laundromat. No, me and Jesus aren't getting together, but Daddy Pig loves my mum.
What do you think?
Oh, it's Homer
it'll be?
again.
Heads or tails?
Heads.
Heads, huh? Let's see if you're right.
Oop. Damn it.
Oh, too bad. It's tails.
Great. Always giving heads. God damn it. Mikey.
Oh well.
I've been a nasty girl, nasty.
I've been a nasty girl, nasty. I've been a nasty girl, nasty. I've been a nasty, nasty, nasty.
Is somebody gonna match my freak? Is
Mikey.
somebody gonna match Hagrid's freak? Is somebody gonna
Match my nasty. I got stamina. They say I'm an athlete. Thank you so much.
Bam, my kid has gifted 8 Hagrids
Liz,
to
I know,
views.
first time sentence ever. Oh my god. Guys, if you were gifted a sub from Mikey, please say thank you. That is ridiculous. So lovely. What the hell? Stop it. Thank you so much. That means so much to me. That means so much. Thank you, doll. Thank you for supporting the channel and our goofs. Thank you, doll. That's really nice. Make chat. So we have to make the weirdest looking combination of chat unless we put a Twitch logo on a face or we make...
It's so blue.
It has to be cursed. It has to be cursed. Unless we make a face that says chat on it and we just put all random shit on it with a beard. We can do that, yeah. We can do a poll for short. Okay, we can do that. Hold, let me add a me. Okay, we'll make a poll. Do you think, though, I really want to put chat on their face, though. That's my only thing that I think it should have. I think it should have text with chat on it. Yeah. All right, let me, is the Twitch poll the forehead tattoo chat? Okay, wait, hold. Poll. We're going to do really quick polls, guys. So, obviously, just for this screen, we're doing this. Obviously, they can be non-bind, but we're just going to do this for... It's going to be a 1-minute poll each time, guys, to get it nice and quick. It doesn't really matter, to be honest. It's just... whatever. Get to the next screen. My polls are never quick. Meow. Can it be chat with glasses and a mustache? Like a really bad fake mustache? Hi, Puffin! Thank you, Mikey, again. I appreciate it so much. Hey, baby! Okay, I think that is winning. I'm gonna give like a few options for this, or we could just literally do this for this one. Why don't I just do like close my eyes type of deal for this one? Puffin doll, how are you, doll? Okay, I'm just gonna hopefully click on something. Oh my god, we look so little. What the hell? We look so small. Wait, should we be purple? Wait, hold. We should be purple. Hold. Yeah. Okay. And then for hair. For hair, I'm gonna do this. Not everyone going for the sprig of hair. Bold, because we're not funny. Well, you are. Oh, are you really wanting the sprig of hair? I actually didn't expect you to pick that. That's so funny. Either that or this. Hold. It's giving chat. Not chat. Guys. Whoa, look at this. They're crazy. The second one? Actually, guys, 1, 2, or 3 in chat. 1, 2, or 3. 2's winning, it looks like. Oh, 2. Yeah, 2. Okay, 2 definitely won there. I do like the curly fuck though, for those who picked 3. Should it be like white because the logo, there's white in the Twitch logo? It should be purple. Gold? I don't know, can you do gold? I wish you could do, now it's giving turnip. We're 14 carat, people. All right, eyebrows. No eyebrows or something fuck ass, guys. None? Okay. Now, for eyes, do you want actual eyes or do you want no eyes and it just is chat? The text chat with a smile. No eyes. Yeah, okay. Does that mean we have no nose? Or do you want a peen nose? No nose or peen? Fuck ass nose. I think chat right above the, sorry guys. Chat right above the nose. And then for lips, are we going for like, hi? Or are we going for like this? Are we going for the teeth? We are doing a beard for Mikey. Luscious lips. Do you like the teeth? Alright, guys. Butthole mouth or buck teeth? Buck or butt in chat? Oh, a lot of people like the butt. Oh shit, okay. Buck tooth. I think we should have big ass ears. Buck. Let me just quickly do. Let me put the beard on. I think the beard should be purple. That's crazy. Wait, can I have like a? Oh, here. Can I move up the beard? Holy Amish. Wait. Pointy is true. Oh wait, the beard goes. We need a darker purple. Unless we do a black beard. Although if I do purple and then do like a bigger beard. Yes, I like that. And then hold. Wait, I just saw something I liked. I really want this fuck ass mustache. Can I make it? Wait, why do I love him? Stop. But mommy, I love him. Hold. Wait, who is he gonna fall in love with? That's crazy. That's so, like, what? I don't know why that makes me laugh so much. This actually, it's very close to what I thought in my brain. Chad and Carla get married. Wait, that's kind of funny. I keep doing this, I'm so sorry. I keep pressing the wrong button. But at least you know we got the wheel spins worth here. Hope you parasocially one-sided obsession with Carla. Wait, that would be actually hilarious because someone finally got the any funny stamps? Can I put love hearts around them? Guys, love hearts around their face. Now who's being parasocial? Me.
Thank you for the sub.
Put your ass away, child.
Look at that nose.
Nixaro86 just subscribed. Well, I looked up from my phone to see the butthole mouth. Happy 33.
Oh my god. Guys, tall or short? Thanks, thank you for 33. We're so girthy. I think chat is quite tall. I honestly think you're up here, guys. Should we make chat like Randall? I'd ride it. Next, thank you so much for 33. I appreciate you. Oh, you want thick and tall? Wait, I kind of vibe that. Wait, thick and tall? Carla deserves a chat that can pick her up when she's down. Randall is getting it on that right. Wait, they're girthy. It's giving straight men who works. Chat.
My name is Chat.
That's crazy. Should we make them non-bind? Deserve to chat second, so we're everyone. You know what I mean? Like we're everything. We're all included in that. Dating preferences, we love it all, babe. Give me everyone. Okay. Alright, how old are we, guys? 69? Or should, like, what are you thinking? We're making chat right now. I was gonna say that too, Mikey, but we can't. We have to be 18. I'm gonna mute this and make myself 69. We don't age, bitch. Oh, wrong one. We're timeless. You want 420? Gen 6 is crazy. Oh wait, we have to go the other way. Because I'm in Australia. We just missed our birthday, guys.
My name is Chat. 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 It's nice to meet you. My name is Chat.
My name is Chat. My name is Chat. It's nice to meet you. My name is Chat. It's nice to meet you.
Ooh.
Today is the 23rd of April, 2026. So, my name is Chat. It's nice to meet you. Today is the 23rd of April, 2026. So, how does this voice sound? Do you like it? My name is Chat. My name is Chat. It's nice to meet you. Today is the 23rd of April, 2026. So, how does this voice sound? My name is Chat. It's nice to meet you.
Oh my god, wait.
The 23rd of April, 2026. So, how does this voice sound?
For me?
Do you like it?
Never.
My name is Chat.
Can you make it sound like
nice
this
to
guy?
meet you. Today is the 23rd of April, 2020. My name is Chat. My name is Chat. My name is Chat. It's nice to meet you. My name is Chat. It's nice to meet you. My name is Chat. It's nice to meet you. My name is my name is my name is Chat.
My name is Chat.
My name is Chat.
My name is Chat. My name is Chat. It's nice to meet you. Today, my name is Chat. It's nice to meet you.
That's pretty solid.
Today is the 23rd of April, 2026.
I think that's the best we're gonna get it. Are they related to me? Nah, we're not related to anyone. Alright, what are we? Speech. Oh, I don't know, guys. So we can compare. Mikey, thank you though. More direct, you slut. How about that? So polite. Like, we're chill, but we're fun. Like, we're not flat, but we're not like super intense. All right. And easily commands the respect of others. Yeah, we do. That's so funny. Okay.
Huh? Hey, nice to meet you, Carla. I'm Chat.
Hey guys.
I'm an energetic, hot-blooded type. People often tell me I'm very passionate. I can't
You
wait
don't
to
say.
start living here.
Wait, we gotta put some fuck ass clothes on you guys. Pajamas, because a lot of you watch at night. Live! Live fast, die young, bad girls do it well. Twitch merch! We
I'm
do
an
need to get
energetic,
the...
hot-blooded type.
We should make the Twitch shirt. A towel, surely. Wait, a towel would look so funny. Thank you so much, Liz. That's really lovely. A towel for now, and then we'll figure it out. Thank you, Liz. Thank you, Mikey. Didn't we just have a hype train, or is that how quick time goes when we stream at the moment? What the hell? All right, we should meet me.
I could take your mans if I want to.
But lucky for you, I don't want to.
We kinda bad MNGL.
We kind of bad, Liz.
Whoa,
Thank you, doll.
hey. Nice to meet you. I'm Chat.
Lovely to meet you.
Wait.
Chat. I'm Carla.
If one of them fall in love with each other, I will literally pass the fuck out. We can't do this, guys.
When pizza at the plaza
It's so
had found
parasocial.
water, okay. Man,
Liz,
please
thank you,
have
doll. You're too nice to
mentality
me.
telephys.
This was a wheel spin, yes. This is what Mikey got. Mikey got make chat. I should probably take that off the wheel.
Durante Pool. Well, Durante Man.
I'm so little. Carla in chat meeting. Thank you, Anne. Flirt. That would have been Mikey. That would have been terrible. Brenda, come over here, dog.
Care to play Pixel Quiz?
Not right now. I'm making people fall in love. Hi, Eric. All right, so I'm going down to the club, but I'm pussy tossing. Pussy tossing. Pussy tossing. I'm going down to the club, but I'm pussy tossing. Pussy tossing. Pussy tossing. Oh my god.
Lee's the reptile has gifted 5 subs. Naughty boy.
Doll. What the hell? That's going towards a potential 24-hour Tomodachi stream as well, and a wheel spin. That's just 2 things. Guys, please make sure you're thanking Liz, or more recently as well, Mikey, if you got a sub. Thank you, so many good subs. Liz, the reptile. Thank you, doll. That's so fucking kind. Let's spin you a wheel. I want Liz to make an item or something. Ooh, a nickname. 3 gifted, imagine. Guys, 10 gifted, 24-hour stream. I've made it like a long-term goal on the channel to live in Tomodachi world for 24 hours. Look, it's ridiculous to even have that goal, but I thought that could be fun. Thank you. We're such good subs. Do you want me to give someone a nickname? So for example, Ping gave Jesus a nickname called Jesus or Jesus. So if you want me to give someone or change a nickname, if you have an idea, or I'll make you food or an item, whatever you yearn for. Thank you so much. Beck, how are you as well, my love? I appreciate that. I appreciate you coming in and saying hey. Yeah, take your time. I'm here, babe. I'm here. Thank you so much for the biddies and the subbies. Oh my god. I'm at home. Oh, I'm at Chat's home with me. That checks out. That's ridiculous.
Thank you for the sub.
Trish.
Put your ass away, child.
Put your ass away, child.
Trish just subscribed.
Huddle.
Exactly the kind of chaos I need after a tough day. Carl's
And
love,
Trish.
Carl's Kermie
Oh
love.
my god. And a hype train.
But I'm pussy tossing. Pussy tossing.
We're
pussy
awesome.
I'm going down to the club, but I'm pussy tossing. Pussy tossing.
Thank you, Huddle.
Pussy tossing.
Oh my god. Thank you, doll.
Homer Huddle has gifted 5 subs. Naughty
I
boy.
cannot tell you how much I appreciate this, guys. Genuinely. I'm not going to go into it today. It'll be a discussion for another day. But truly, thank you so much. So much. Oh, Henry, beautiful. Thank you for telling me. Henry! And Trish, thank you so much for 13, and I hope we're helping you have a better night as well. Thank you so much for all the support, guys. Truly, like, yeah, it means the absolute world to me. Thank you. Chat's having the best time. Let's spin the wheel for Henry! Oh my goodness. We have, ooh. Okay. So create a streamer friend. So it could be Granny, it could be Chris. I create them right now. So someone that I know, that I stream with, if you have like a fave, all I ask is that I know them a decent amount. And that includes, you know, their outfit and everything. Up to you, Henry. I'd like a saucy little item. Yeah? What item do you want, baby? Fergie's feeling upset. I want to do... It has to be... We got to do the patchwork cardigan for her. And we got to do a brooch, which is actually in store right now. That's a sign. There's a brooch in store right now.
Huh. Hello.
Not so glamorous now.
I'm kind of peckish. Feed me, please.
Please. Oh, I'll feed you, doll. You know what? I'm going to give you some meat because you deserve some lamb.
Oh my.
Not so glamorous. Hi, Snail. Thank you so much again. Henry, Trish, Liz, Eb for the hype train. I appreciate you guys. A purse? Oh, true. We can make a purse, Liz, and I can gift it to Gran. I don't think she'll wear it, but she might stare at it sometimes. So if you're happy with that, the fact that she might not like actually hold it, but she might look at it, then I can definitely do that for you, for sure. I need a photo of Gran's cardigan. Although I could do her pink, just her usual pink cardigan. Because that's how I dressed as her when I did her, Let me go to the clothes store real quick. I gotta get this brooch. Stare at it, Diva! Oh, the pearls. Stop. This outfit includes pearls. Hold. Okay, I'm buying this for the pearls. And the stockings. Perfect. And then also there was a brooch in here that I gotta get. Perfect. Oh my god, this is just made for me today. And then this is her brooch. Oh my god. And then I need her cardigan. What is this? That's cute. That can be an option. Okay, perfect. That brooch is so cunt. It just wasn't my idea. Yeah. Listen. Pixel, yeah, a lot happens. We're making Granny. We made chat. I'll show you. Where's chat? Barney's not feeling good about something. Where did chat go? Poot's fallen over. 1 second, Poot. Where did chat go? No way. Wait, hold. The pearls are so perfect. What's there?
Did I ever mention Randy, baby? You smell really good.
You think so? I don't know. Whenever I pass by you, Rosal, I can't help but want a good huff of your fragrance.
No, you smell nicer than me, Randy, baby. I could probably bottle your scent, call it Ode to Randy, baby, and make a ton of money.
Incorrect. Rosal, your bouquet is so delicious, I want to put it on my chips and eat it.
I don't want to argue, but I'm gonna. Randy, baby, the way you smell
Yeah,
is
no one's
so
huffing
overpoweringly
me.
amazing. People are going to have their nostrils surgically widened, just to get more of it. It's the future.
I think I'll stop us here.
Okay. Chat. Oh, there we are. How you doing, guys?
Whoa,
You should meet Jesus.
hey. Nice to meet you. I'm Chat.
So you're Chat. I'm Jesus. Amen.
Is this canon? Good night, Morena. Have a beautiful sleep, doll. Okay. Oh, okay.
Jesus talk like Dildosphere and Tossino.
That's what they picked, Ping. Actually, a lot of people. Ada, I'm so sorry. We have wheel spins active today, so a lot's been. I think I suggested it first.
Hi and nice to meet you. Get porked. My name is Daddy Pig. Hey, Daddy Pig. The name's Chat.
Ping. We had look. We had a ridiculous amount of support, so a lot of things were spun. Why is Chat's mad about butthole? Really good question there, babe. They picked it. I don't know. Ask Chat.
Me, I'm not French. Kiss Branton. Yeah, Galen Oxy, Black. Costolotti. Hey, Mirac. Excuse me, have you got a moment? My name is Gordon Ramsay. Hey, Gordon Ramsay. The name's Chat.
Mikey, to be fair, he's only fallen in love with my mum
Sympathy,
and Elmo. Okay, let's meet Elmo. Rango, that's the third person who said that.
That's the hardest I've laughed this year.
And perfect. Oh wait, they're getting along really well. No, it's Switch 1 as well. Okay, where's Elmo?
Hoi. Hey, nice to meet you.
Wait,
I'm
Ranga,
Chat.
saving money!
Chat, ha. Name's Elmo, if you must know.
Chat's just getting to know everyone.
When people at the plaza, tell me to usher.
How are you,
okay?
Laura?
When people at the
I'm
plaza,
pretty sure,
tell me
guys.
to
Let me
usher,
double check before I
okay?
encourage this. Yeah, it says Switch on the cover. Yeah, I guess that's what that means, right? Yeah, so it has Nintendo Switch on the cover and not 2.
I'll go and rest it for tomorrow.
How is it running, Ada? Good? We are making Chris soon, yes.
Hawaiian key ring. There's nothing like it.
Alright, where's Terry? That's Jesus. Oh, Terry's over here. Jeffy, good point. How are you, my love?
Ta-da. Hey, nice to meet you. I'm Chat. Hey, Chat. The name's Terry.
Oh my god, Chat's meeting Terry.
Buzz, Terry, make lonte se taras. Pran, Elisatra Pelonti, Len Carapicalafis, Henna.
Guys, why are you hiding?
I had a great time with Terry. I couldn't have done it without you.
Guys, no
Carla.
worries. No worries. Wait, Chat's popular. Like, obviously, but wow. All right, what's wrong with Homer? Homer, we need you to help Marge get a baby. Come on.
Hello.
Terry is a lot. So true. But you love him.
I want to be friends with Carla.
Sure.
So, what should we talk about?
Jorkin it.
Alright. I'll have a chat with her about Jorkin it.
Inappropriate because you have a wife. But I understand.
Hello, Carla. Would you like to have a chat? About Jorkin it?
Sure, if you want. So let me ask you a question, Homer.
Axel, yeah.
Imagine you're joking it. Who would you want to join you?
It's not just because you're asking, but I'd obviously pick you, Carla.
Oh, fuck. Oh, I loved it.
Well, in that case, I'll pencil you in for some joking it right now.
Oh, you're joking. Oh, God. Oh, my bad. My bad. Oh, great. My bad. Hey, Liz, did you want to pick some nicknames here, or did you still want the item? Because you still have yours to spend. You don't have to. Granny, hey babe. I'm making you next, by the way. Hey baby. Hey sweetie. Yes, Granny's loving it. Okay, what would you like as a nickname? Guys, we're playing Overwatch tomorrow with Gran again. Home Wrecker. Great. Oop. Guys, that was one time we joked it. Great. Deadbeat.
Wrecker, long time.
What a wheel spin for Liz. Marge should be the one calling her America real. We just joked it once, okay?
Deadbeat, good afternoon.
Well, Foreskin Muncher, great name by the way. I agree. Marge calls him homie. Thank you for thanking as well.
Can you believe that Amureka and I have bonded over Jorkin it? Now we've become friends.
Of course. Deadbeat and I are both really into Jorkin it. That automatically makes us friends.
Ah, come on. Come on. Great. Guys, I want you to know that this is what some people saw today on Twitch. You naughty boy.
Ping Ping Chicken Wing has gifted a sub to Foreskin Muncher.
Rats. Nearly got him. Ping, thank you for gifting a sub to Foreskin Muncher. Thanks for that. Hey, you got it. No, but seriously, thank you, Ping. I kind of want to give him... Oh, I gotta make him say dope. Oh, wait. Ooh. That's your screenshot, baby, yeah. But seriously, thank you for the subbies, guys. I appreciate it. Ending when angry. I'll just do a sentence. And then we have to make Gran.
Doe.
Great. No, Commander, me. I understand.
Thank you. Saying that really makes me feel more like myself. Doe.
Okay, so let me just test something.
Oh.
Damn. Alright, I can't say. Jesus, what is it?
Hey,
Pixel, wow. So glad you become goon buddies with Homer. It could unlock Doe. Fuck.
My helicopter isn't coming for another few minutes.
I got this. And
Do
then
you
we
want
make
to play
Gran.
red light, green light with me?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
Here we go. Green light, red light. Caught you moving. You lose.
Jesus,
Balance.
I didn't move.
Child.
You're a fraud.
Puffin just subscribed.
Anyway, sorry.
I'm going down to the club, but I'm pussy tossing.
You
Pussy
can't win
tossing.
them all.
Pussy
Wait.
I'm going down to the
Puffin,
club, but I'm
Liz.
pussy tossing. Pussy tossing.
Pussy tossing. A box of tissues? That's perfect
Lee's the
for my
reptile has
Jorkin it.
gifted 5 subs. Naughty boy.
Thank you so much. What the hell? I really bloody appreciate that. I'm gonna get a photo of Gran up that I have saved for my thumbnails. Actually, I'm gonna go on this instead. This will be good. Ethan, hello! Commander, I hope you're well too. And thank you, Liz. Wow! No, I sincerely, really, goddamn it, appreciate it. Okay, let me just get Gran. Hey, girl! Stunning. That's my baby right there. That's my baby. Okay. That's my baby.
Biddies? For me? Well, I
never.
Nah, he saw you because even in green light Jesus sees you. So he's
No.
gonna see you red light even in a green light. Lo, he says unto thee, I have seen you in all stages both red and green of lights, and I know that ye shall move upon the earth during a red and condemn you, and the only way to salvation is through me.
Amen, baby. Amen. We need a little...
Put your ass away, child.
We need a
6022 E23 beans per button
Wait.
just subscribed.
Beans! Thank you for resubbing and subscribing.
Put your ass away, child.
Oh my god, imagine.
6022 E23 beans per button just subscribed.
Gay man, baby, gay man. Gay man. Thank you so much for the subby. I appreciate it. Everything, guys. Thank you. Thank you. Wait, that's kind of cute. Kalan 316. Graham, what are your thoughts on this? I'm joking. I think I like that one. Ooh, that's good too. But I like the volume of that, but then also this is nice. I wonder if I can do a more swoopy fringe. I want it to go up. Ooh, this is cunt. I love. Can I do... Imagine. Hey girl, I need it to be kind of a nightmare username. 3 weeks left. It's so funny when people change their name accidentally and they get so over it and they're like, I'm really excited to have it gone. I low-key think the set was better. This is not giving what we need it to give. I can't find the bang that I like. Everything isn't... We need cunt, you know? We need... It's the back that's not helping us here. That's really nice. But the back, I need more volume. But everything's too long and we don't need that. Wait, how early are you getting up, doll? I think the set might be better, to be honest. 5, Mamma Mia. Hey, girl. I think it's between these two guys. This is crazy, but also it's really cute. Oh, not this. Sorry. My bad. The thinner one. I like this bang a lot. Like, this bang is cute. Unless we just keep that. There's nothing on the back that makes sense to me. Bang. Wait, where is that fit that I liked? Oh, here we go. That one? I think I gotta make it whiter. That is cute. That is cute. Yeah, the set's nice. Let me put everything together first. You can't really see brows anyway. So maybe we just do none. Can't see them. There's way more to look at. Now I need the most sparkly, cute eyes. To be fair, the glasses are gonna... I can add eyelashes on. Yes, girl! Yes! Wait, let me get little shiny eyes. A little twinkle in their eyes. Let me see what glasses we have. We're adding the pearls in game. Brim, brim, brim. They're kind of like a brownish frame. It's kind of like roundish. That's kind of cunt. I know, art, same. I was excited. Sexable's crazy. I was excited for it, but I thought I was gonna play it and be like, oh, it's good, but you know, I didn't think I would, you know, be here. You know? You know what's so funny? There's a speck on my monitor, so it looks like there's a mole right here, and I was like, I've never noticed your mole on your neck, doll. And then I was like, oh, because it doesn't exist. It's a little bit of a pinkish hue. Am I getting the head right? I feel like the head needs to be a little bit different. No. No. What the hell? No. No. I might keep it, actually. She's looking very cute, though. Very, very cute. She has smile lines like me. But hers go around the cheek. They kind of go... Oopsies. Should do the... I wonder if I can do a different nose. This nose is cute. But they have a stunning nose. Oh, we need eyeliner. Oh, she's so cute. She's so cute. We need blush. Wait. Wait, she's cute. She's so cute. Stop. She's taller than me. Mouth done? Let me have a look, baby. One moment. Oh, that's nice. What if Gran falls in love with me? I can't help that. I'm gonna allow them to fall in love.
My name is Granny.
I wish I could make them... I wish I could do an accent. On Granny's right. Oh, what were they? Although true to Carrie's... to Granny's... it would be none. But I low-key want to see what happens if Barney and her get together, for example. So it would be none, but for science. Guys, they're 40 and they don't age, okay? They look so good for their age. Liz!
My name is Granny. My name is Granny. It's
Hershey,
nice to
like
meet
the chocolate.
You. My name is Granny. My name is Granny. My name is Granny.
My name is Granny.
My name is Granny. My name is Granny. It's nice to meet. My name is Granny. It's nice to meet you.
Yeah, sing for me,
Today.
girl. None is an option. You can untick everything so they don't date anyone. Now you know.
Put your ass away, child!
Liz! Oh my god.
Lee's the reptile just subscribed.
What the hell? Actually, you know what? No relatives. Thank you so much. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, they're quirky, girl. They're polite, but they'll tell it straight. They're quick with it, especially if a spider's around. Thank you so much, guys. What the hell? Wait, I want to be roommates. Two grannies. Oh.
Hey, nice to meet you, Carla. I'm Granny. I'm an energetic, bubbly type. I can find the fun in anything.
Thank you.
I can't wait to start living here.
Well, I have just the thing for you, babe. You were going to love this. You were going to love what I have for you, babe. I wish you can put more. We'll do the pearls first. That's more important. Oh. Oh my god. Wait, I'm obsessed.
I heard this really touching story about pizza at the Plaza Hotel earlier.
You remembered the pizza at the Plaza Hotel. Oh my god, Art, I've been posting a Tomodachi reel every day. Just for a laugh. Nothing's ever gonna beat, I think, Peppa Pig's dad falling in love with Fergie. It seems the people really loved that one. But I think I'm gonna post... What was I posting today? Well, I do want to post Peppa Pig's dad being heartbroken. Because he's just yelling out funny things. But there was something else that happened today that I wanted to post. What was it? I'm just spamming. I'm just spamming content from it. Yeah, that was really good. Ooh. Woo! The tiny strawberry? There was something at the start of the stream. Grace joked about it. I forget what it was.
We interrupt your day to bring you this breaking news. This next story is bound to bring a smile to somebody's face.
Yep.
The land reclamation project has hit another milestone today,
Granny and
allowing
Jesus.
our island to grow significantly larger. One particularly excited resident has been screaming,
Oh, Daddy Pig
"The
falling in
island
love with my
must
mum."
Become bigger.
That's
We
what it was,
must
yeah.
have more island. More. As we covered before, adding more and more new residents will make it possible to reclaim even more land from the
Not the
ocean's
shirt,
greedy
sorry.
maw. Thank you for watching. I'm Roz and that was your breaking news.
Oh, they're all hanging out. Oh, it's bustling in here. Okay, so we have chat. Let's get Granny and chat to meet.
Who's that? I don't think we've ever talked before.
Wait, I need to meet Gran. Where am I? Gran. Konami Narshti. Do you love them? How are you, doll? Where am I? Am I at home? No, I'm not. Am I cranking it crazy style? Oh, there I am.
I feel a bit unsettled for some reason. Huh. Hey, nice to meet you. I'm Granny.
Talking it.
Lovely to meet you, Granny. I'm Carla.
Yep.
Sparkle, solar panel, solar panel, Sparkle, solar panel, solar.
Solar panels, guys. All right.
So, Durante, how terrific. Durante Paul. Yeah, sailing up.
All right, we're chilling. Chat is just looming in their tower. Chat and mum.
Hey, nice to meet you.
That'll show
I'm Chat.
Homer.
Lovely to meet you, Chat. I'm Mum.
Looks clapped. Oh, they are.
When Milky Cocoa Pops Maduosha Bagay,
I want it to be known
5G
that chat made themselves.
So,
I need it to be known. Okay, Roz and Randall. Where's Roz? Nat, hello!
Rosal, is there anyone you fancy right now?
Actually, there is. To tell you the truth.
The tingles! Tell each other! No! What? Don't pussy out! Tell each other how you feel! Okay, well they like each other. God damn it. Oh. Better than Twilight, I know. Oh. I want a fast burn. I know, Homer and Marge were a real slow burn. Pardon me, Elmo and Tim Curry were fast.
Oh, sweetie.
Homie.
Okay, opposed battle. God damn it, he loves spears. What about... Okay, so Roz and Randall are playing hard to get. What about Tim Curry and Elmo? No, I haven't. Barney's feeling some sort of way. Terry. Where's Tim Curry? Oh, we're gonna get Goren's purse, yes. Is it just a pink purse? Hold. Oh. We need this. Nat, is your official birthday tomorrow? Is it your official DOB? Yippee! How exciting! Oh my god. Guys, where's Tim Curry and Elmo? Oh.
Do you have a moment?
Can you talk about Tim Curry?
I would just love it if there was a brazier around here.
Nat. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh, Carrie! So many birthdays this week.
My life quality by at least 6%.
Mamma mia. Taurus party. Where's Tim Curry? We need them to talk. Let me know if you see Tim Curry. I haven't seen him in years. Where is he? Terry. Jesus. Where is he? Ferris wheel. Granny's over there. What the hell? Did Tim Curry die? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh my god, cutscene, cutscene, cutscene.
Hey, Tim baby, did you hear the news about Milky Cocoa Puffs? Of course I did. But more importantly, did you hear about my supple breasts? Oh yeah, a while ago. But anyway, we never finished talking about pizza at the Plaza Hotel.
Oh!
Let's
okay.
get back to that. Ha!
Oh.
Are you thinking of our conversation about pranking Hog crazy style? Or was that something else? No, not that one. So...
Okay, can they get married or what? Damn.
How is anyone supposed to be this guy?
I just want Fergie to find love. Mum's having a shower. Cranking Hog crazy style is wild. Is it? It is, you're right. You're right, it is. Barney, hello.
Hello. I want to be friends with Fergie.
Perfect.
So,
Jorkin it.
what should we talk about?
Although we need Milky Cocoa Puffs because it is Fergie.
Alright.
A
I'll
lot.
have a chat with her about Milky Cocoa Puffs.
Carl, so very much. Hate that he sounds like that, I know.
Hello, Fergie. Would you like to have a chat about Milky Cocoa Puffs?
Are you serious? My brain can't stop thinking about Milky Cocoa Puffs either. This can't be a coincidence. Let's be friends, Barney.
Great, we're friends. That was easy. Can I get a Sparks note? Actually, guys, what happened? What can we update Kyle on? Oh, Peppa Pig's dad fell in love with my mum instantly. And we made chat. Yeah. And Gran.
Barney.
They're really close together.
Purple fuck, you seem to be...
Oh, I joked it with Homer, but that was an accident.
Hey, how goes it?
Girl.
Girl, how goes it?
Girl. What if I can make it longer? Purple fuck will chalk it in with Homer.
Hey, girl. Girl, you seem to be. Girl and I both can't stop thinking about Milky Cocoa Puffs.
Girl.
Naturally, this has made us friends.
How special. Purple Fuck and I were fated to become friends.
I'm gonna get you drunk. Get you love drunk off my hump. I don't. Hello. What's wrong with Marge?
What's up, sugar tits? Wouldn't it be marvelous if Farkentez and I lived together?
What? You're married, babe. You moved in with your husband. Will Terry live with us?
I'm glad you agree. If I lived with Farkentez, how could we spend our days? That sounds great. I'll ask Farkentez how he feels about it.
What? Terrell, me too.
Oh, homie. Do you have a second?
Oh, Mitch. What's up?
Let's say the two of us move
The three
in
of
together.
us!
What's something we could spend our days doing together? Let's say it together on 3. 1, 2, 3. Chalking it.
Whoa, we're really on the same wavelength.
Great.
This must be fate. Let's live together.
Are you gonna move in with me? Homer and Marge are married. Are they moving in with me?
This is going to be absolutely
I
fabulous.
hope so. Jorking
Where
it.
shall we live?
Oh no. Oh, in Marge's house. Perfect.
In my house. Sure. Why didn't I think of that?
Perfect. Hold.
I'm sure we'll
Okay.
have tons of fun living in this house together. The current group nickname for the residents of
Perfect.
this house is the Simpsons. Would you like to change it?
I've got an idea.
The Cuxons. Everyone calls us the Cuxons. Then we shall be henceforth known as the Cuxons. Thanks for the wonderful group nickname.
I can't believe Terry lives with Homer and Marge.
Woohoo. Go the Cuxons. Thanks again for everything. You're the best divine being on the island.
I'm pretty good. Also, Striker, I know. I really wanted to.
What's up?
Oh my god. Kyle! This is crazy.
One time, I was at this guy's house and he said, "You wanna see something crazy?" Confused and exposed. I said, "Sure." Not even 5 seconds later, this Timothy Chalamet-looking twink pulled not 1, not 2, not 3 but 4 pennies out from the hood of his one-eyed monster. And that's, ladies and gentlemen, is how I learned how to count change.
That's absolutely crazy. Do you have a video of that? Confused and exposed, by the way. Be the change you want to see in the world. No, Striker, I really, really wanted to. and then it got to like 10:30 and I was like, girl, what do you expect? To go to bed at 2? So I was like, okay. But next week there will be night streams. You'll be getting 2 streams in a day. I'm trialing something next week.
Purple just subscribed.
Thank you, Kyle. That's crazy. But it's you know? Don't change. Thank you, doll. I'll spin your wheel. But it's up there, yeah. Yes, and purple for 17 months? Girl!
I love it.
Thank you so much,
That
guys.
expression pretty much sums up who I am as a
I
person.
really bloody appreciate it.
Me, I'm not.
I can't believe 3 of them live in this home. That's crazy. Oh, Terry's old house. Oh, guys. I'll be alive, that's crazy. I'll be going live when you should be awake, Freedom, so it shouldn't be bad. It should be like a normal time for you. I swear. Or at least you'll be able to pop in when you wake up. Chat, are you loving it? Are you loving it? Oh. Perfect. Prage. Kyle, thank you so much though.
I don't think we've met. Right. My name's Barney. Hey, Barney. The name's Chat.
Hold.
Great uncle, Chat, you stumbled through. Well, Salmon Chiplinary is that
Yes.
Dorothy bitch.
Yes, yes, yes.
Barney, you're too funny for your own good.
Oh, they're getting on. They're besties. Okay, Daddy Pig and Granny should meet. Oh, sorry, Gran.
Hi and nice to meet you. Get porked. My name is Daddy Pig.
Hey, Daddy.
Henry
Pig.
up.
The name's Granny.
Repeat line, Trafalgar's, get porked. I'll throw in roast dipple tomorrow. Canapre.
Perfect. That's his ears. Before we dedicate our life to drawing.
Thank you.
I kind of
feel
like it though
closer to
because he's
Granny
3D,
now. Get
you know?
porked.
Instead of like turning to the side and like losing his face, I kind of like I kind of like it. I really love him how he is. Oh, my mum wants some help. Mum.
Let's play Pixel Quiz together.
Only because you're my mother. Let's go. Wait, I'll get a
Is your
tattoo of
first
Daddy Pig.
pixelated
Next sub goal.
item. What do you think this is?
That looks crazy. Shaved ice.
And the answer is
Nah, it's
some
the biggest
shaved
fever
ice.
dream, but I think you'd love it, to be honest.
Next up, your second pixelated item.
Do you have a Switch?
What do you think this is?
Is that sushi? That's pumpkin pie.
And the answer
I'm scared and
is
horny. Sorry.
some pumpkin pie. And finally, the last pixelated item. What do you think this is?
A 9-volt battery.
The correct answer is a 9-volt battery.
You can. I'm playing this on my Switch too, Nat. So if you don't have a Switch, I can lend you my Switch 1 and you can play it. As long as you make me into a character.
Congratulations.
Oh, you have Switch? Oh, nice.
It's time
Perfect.
for your prize. Go ahead, pick one of the boxes.
A field guy. Now, can you imagine all the little freaks with tentacles you can make? Somebody's birthday's coming up. Like so many freaks. I can't believe there's so many people in this house. You can play this on Switch Lite, yes. Which is great, so you don't need to buy a new console. I really want Homer and Marge to have freak kids. Why isn't it giving me the option? Ooh. All pots and pans we need for, Gordon Ramsay. Make a penis, man. So many penises in here. Also, wait, Carl, I gotta do your wheel spin. Sorry, my love. I got distracted. Every night, when it stops becoming a stream game, I will be playing this in bed. And that's just how she likes it. Okay, give me a nickname. Who should we give a freaky nickname to? Hi, Cubs. How are you, doll? Short crack for Granny. Okay, wait. Let me level up our friendship. Wait, who's presenting?
We interrupt your day to bring you this breaking news. This just in. An exciting new travel destination has become available as of right this instant. Travel tickets for the Western Europe tour are now available at the size of relief have been heard throughout the island, and one resident is quoted as saying,
I know! Pussy tossing! Pussy tossing!
I'm going down to the club, but I'm pussy tossing. Pussy tossing. Pussy tossing.
We have pussy tossed so much today.
Idon
Thank you so much.
2738 has gifted 5
Thank you
subs.
for watching.
Naughty
I'm Barney,
boy.
and that was your breaking news.
What the hell? Thank you. That's my absolute goat. Is it super late? I was surprised to see you this late. Although maybe it's not that late. What is pussy tossing? So, it can be whatever you want it to be, babe. But, voice set. Oh, shit. But, back when I first started streaming, we were playing Jackbox, which is that GIF there, or the alert GIF. And someone was like, name an up-and-coming dance move, and someone put in pussy tossin'. And then I just stood up and did that. Don't know. It just happened. This was in like 2019, 2018. And then someone made a song out of the clip. And then I made it an alert. It was my first like weird alert that I made. And now I have a million weird ones. Miss Meow, hello! Oh my god. Thank you for the raid. How was your stream? We're here for the drama. What were you playing? Yes. Carla history. So much history now. So much history. We should have a picnic one day and go through lore. Get notepads out. What's next? Tell me everything. Thank you so much though for the raid. I appreciate you. Mama mia, baby. Played some Fortnite, then Overwatch. I'm here to see what this game is about. Oh god. It's basically your very own reality TV show. So I'll show you all the characters I have. I will let you know that Tim Curry and Elmo are dating. Homer and Marge Simpson are married. And Daddy Pig loves my mum. That's about it for now, but I'll show you everything. We do have wheel spins today, so I'm going to spin this wheel for Idon. Thank you for the follows as well, and thank you for the raid. Pick a Prezi? Oh! I accidentally joked it with Homer. That's another story. We made chat before. That can be, I know you already made Grey Poupon, but if you want like an item, if you want more food, if you want a t-shirt for someone to wear, whatever you want. Imagine 2 more accidentally. No, but it's true, Puffin. Like, I was trying to think how to describe it to people who don't play it or don't really want to get it. But honestly, I wasn't meant to stream this every day, and I have because there's so much tea. And I've been posting a reel every day at night for a laugh just because there's so much tea happening. I can't keep up with it. I can't keep up. We need to give Gran... Was it short crack you said, Kyle? I gotta be friends with Gran. Yes, okay. Let me be friends with Gran. Where's Gran? Oh, she's doing some stretches. Perfect. Where am I? Fergie has fallen over. Jesus is there. Oh, I think I'm in... Oh, I'm here, aren't I? I live with Jesus, guys? I live with Jesus?
Oh, there goes Carla.
Talk to me, girl.
Granny. Hey, doll. Carla, good afternoon.
No, it's so true. You don't end up being hooked until it's too late. Wait, I should send them to the restaurant. Yeah, I was excited for this game, but I'll be honest. It was nothing to do with the game, but more so my attention span. I was like, oh, I'm gonna try it. I'm sure it'll be great, but, you know, I'll just give it a go. And then I've ended up just doing, well, revolving my whole week around it. So, yeah, I can't stop thinking about it. So, like, my Gran... Uh-oh. Girl.
Oh.
Yes, cutscene.
You ordered the special, right? Here you go. Sorry about the wait. This is our signature seafood platter infused straight as. Bon appetit. Oh, yes. The seafood platter infused straight as. Just the ticket.
Why is it so silent? Girl, I want to be your friend.
Granny. Hey, doll. Good afternoon, Carla.
No, let's have a date. Oh, God. Let me try another table. Gran, get your ass here.
Wee.
Oh, that's cute.
Carla, hey there.
Wee.
Granny. Hey, doll.
Oh, they're both on little... Oh, God, that's funny. Get your ass here, the name of that cafe. Wait. Yes. Randall, say something to Roz.
Sort my life out. Starting tomorrow.
Hi. Oh, Randy baby.
Okay.
Wonders?
Idon, do you have an idea of what you want me to make? You can take your time though, no stress. Ninja Turtles
no.
lunchbox.
Are you okay?
With the
Sorry,
handle?
Do you mind giving me a hand?
Alright, hold still.
Whoa.
Here we go.
Ah.
Does that mean I have to make a turtle?
Wait. I'm fine.
Or a box of sack and cheese.
Whoa,
Now, when you say
whoa,
sack and cheese, do you
thank
mean
you.
mac or do you mean
I
actual
was in a
sack?
bit of a pinch there.
No worries
Because sack
at
and
all.
cheese is funny. Can I make a literal box of sack and cheese? Wait, I'm interested.
I've gotten closer
Wait,
to
wait, wait, wait,
Fergie.
wait.
Thanks a bunch.
Hold. Why do I really like that? Do you reckon that's a food? Yeah. Do you want a bowl of sack and cheese? Because I want to put a... Is that good? Okay. Guys, I have an idea. Now, is there a stamp that has cheese? Oh, I would love a perfect cube of cheese, but I can make it. Okay, I'll make it. Oh, wait, bread. Oh, wait. The stamp can only be used while working on this item. I don't get it. Okay. Sack and cheese. Okay, let me... So first of all, I'm gonna make a nice bit of cheese. Oh, the bowl disappears. Oh, okay, wait, hold. Change mode. Oh. Okay, wait, hold. Let me quit and restart. I think you can literally... Don't save. I think you can make a... Not that I will, but I think there's a treasure with a box in it. Oh, no, it's not. Okay. Carry on. I won't do that. Although... I can make... I can make a sack and cheese building. Oh. I want to see what it looks like. Plasticky. Okay, wait, let's first change it to... I'm just curious. Hi, Nat! How are you? Mac and cheese pun. To be honest, I just wanted to draw a penis. You're right, I'm getting distracted. You're right. I'm getting distracted. We'll do the food. Sack and cheese. You're right. You're right. No babies yet, but I really want to have a baby with Marge. Can you change the bowl color? I love how you're like, not even sack, penis. Oh, you can't. I want it to look different to the other bowls. Because we have a bowl of tit. That just looks like a thing. Okay. We've had no babies yet, but I think Marge and Homer are on their way. At least I hope so. Because if not, girl, what are we doing? Skipping tampon commercial. Okay. Okay. Why isn't it filling in? Nah, this is crazy to say goodbye to. I'll see you tomorrow. I love you. Birthday Eve! Birthday Eve! Have a good day, doll. Just give me time, guys. A succulent penis milk. We are making sack and cheese because Idon spun a wheel and they could pick something for me to make. So here we are. Can I... Will the bowl stay? Ooh, it doesn't. Okay, that's okay. How are you, Sush? Nice. Lovely. I'll have 2. What taste do you have? I want to make the cheese really quick just because it's in my head. Imagine if... Remember when Twitch came in last year and they gifted subs? Imagine they came in again while I was making sack and cheese. That would be fucking crazy. Oh, the lesbian thing is so funny. Only because of the lesbian thing, guys. Otherwise, they would love sack and cheese. Not Idon expecting something more subtle, and I do a fat hog. Wait, I'm actually losing it. That's so funny. Oh, I'm so sorry. Hey, you're getting bang for your buck, babe, okay? Morgan! Listen. I can explain. That's what I genuinely thought you wanted. Now I'm gonna make some cheese holes. You know? And then we gotta finish the hog. It's not dig cheese, it's a bowl of... Wait, I think it's... I can't believe I'm saying this. I think it's uncut gems, but maybe it's cut. Sorry, I can't remember saying that. Fuck. Don't worry, the texture's coming, guys. Don't worry, I'm not gonna... I got you. Henry. Is it meant to be veins? I want you to know. A lot happened that night in Peru. Guys, you know what's so funny? One moment, you're crying over feeling like you're not a good creator and you have imposter syndrome and you're wondering about the future of your channel. The next day, you're drawing sack and cheese with veins. That's how crazy life is. And that's... And look at us. Who would have thought? Not me. I know, Liz, like what the fuck? Hello? Life's crazy. We have the new name. Shaft sack and cheese. Craft has some. I can't. Listen. Guys, don't worry. I haven't forgotten about the main course. This actually looks really, like, I hate to say it, but I love how the first time I shade properly is fucking this. Guys, I haven't been making sack for 20 minutes. You're lying. Do you want it? I really want. I need sack in there. Do you want shaft sack and cheese? Guys, please forgive me. It was a wheel spin. I did make it more crazy than they wanted, though. I really thought they wanted this. So funny. Been 20-minute dogs with Carl. Like and subscribe. Amanda, welcome home. Are you okay for sack and cheese? Because I love the mac and cheese pun. Now, I never thought I'd say that sentence in my life, but here I am. Okay, great.
Sack and cheese.
I hate where this is gonna go.
Welcome. Thanks for shopping with us.
All right, we're good. Oh, Jesus!
How do you do? Oh my.
Oh, good for him. Ooh, quirks for Jesus. I feel like he should float. Sushi, thank you so much. That's very sweet. Stands with hands folded. Shy. Okay. Amen, baby.
I feel I am slowly
Restlessly
coming
wait,
to
that's
myself.
funny.
Amen.
No, Amanda, you're fine, doll. Hello. Hey, girl. Wait, I'm best friends with Jesus? Oh, wait, we knew that. Sorry. Well, everyone's angry. What's going on with Gordon Ramsay? Wait, I have just the thing for you, sir. First of all, what's wrong?
Hello.
Talk to me.
I want to be friends with Jesus. So, what should we talk about?
Sack and cheese.
What kind of things should we talk about?
I want to see what Jesus thinks about it. They'll bring up my breasts. They always do. And cannibalism. Wait, that's funny. G-Man looks good. Thank you. Cannibalism's crazy. Also, thank you guys for hanging out today. What the hell?
Sack and cheese.
And all the
All
support,
right.
including Morgan.
I'll
Thank
have a
you for
chat
that.
with
Those
him
big
about
ass
sack and
emotes.
cheese.
Bread and Ryan, bread and Ryan, but it's fucking raw.
Hello,
Henry, real.
Jesus. Would you like to have a chat about sack and cheese?
G-Man looks good.
Are you serious? I can't go 3 seconds without thinking about sack and cheese.
I don't know what's going on, but this has to be fate. If fate has it in store for us to become friends, then we should. Don't want to disappoint fate.
Absolutely. I feel destiny at work
It's the
here
best day of my
too.
life.
Amen. And I've seen enough films to know you shouldn't mess with it.
Wait,
Let's be friends.
I need to see something. Hold. Alright, they're friends, but wait. Perfect. Sack and cheese. Oh. Whoa. Wait. Kyle, did you want to use a nickname here, or do you want me to save it for Gran? Just in case, because it might take a while for me to be friends. But if you're happy to wait for the Gran one, then I'm happy to wait too. Just want to give you the option. What do you want Jesus to call Gordon Ramsay? Rip Jesus, you would have loved Tamagotchi life. You can, I think they can be kind of, you can call him cunt. Okay, how about cunt?
Hey, cunt.
Jesus, how good.
I'm gonna call him a freak.
Freak, good afternoon. Freak and I both can't stop thinking about sack and cheese.
Oh, idiot sandwich.
Naturally,
Wait.
this has made us friends.
I'll use that as a
How special.
greeting.
Cunt and I were fated to become friends.
Now, Gordon, I'm gonna have to stop you there, doll.
Hello.
I need to do a test.
I'm afraid I'm not that hungry.
Damn, I gotta wait. Although, okay, we gotta wait. Get hungry, loser. Love what you did for Jesus' outfit. It was a wheel spin fresh. I did the fishnets. So I'll take the fishnets and the flower, but Ping does take credit for the shirt.
Hello?
Hi, Mum.
I want to be friends with Barney.
Okay, sure.
So, what should
Thank you,
we talk
Fresh.
about?
Jorking it.
Alright. I'll have a chat with him about joking it.
People have been saying that, yeah. You're right. But it's Jesus.
Hello, Barney. Would you like to have a chat about joking it?
Alright.
Keep this between
Abby?
us, but I have the most fun when I'm talking it.
I know exactly what you mean. Recently, I've really opened my eyes to just how much fun talking it can be.
Yes.
Please be friends with me.
Cute. Huge. I wonder who Mum's gonna fall in love with. Bonding over Jorkin it. Oh my god. You gotta keep it cute. I wanna make him call her mummy. Mummy.
Mummy, you seem to...
Wait, options? What are the options?
Barney, you seem to...
I'm gonna make her call him Barn.
Barney, good up.
Sorry.
Barn, how goes it?
Keep it wholesome.
Can you believe that Barn and I have bonded over talking it? Now we've become friends.
Of course. Mummy and I are both really into talking it. That automatically makes us friends.
Wholesome. Okay, stunning. Now let's look at this weird... What's happening in the Cuxons?
Are they multiplying?
You guys need to...
Oh, sweetie.
Homie.
Ralphine does.
They need to have kids. Sorry. What's wrong with Terry?
Ha. Hello.
I want the first child.
I was thinking that Giant Hog King and Mitch would get along fab.
Okay.
What should they talk about?
Bedroom
I'm sure
for
they have some
sex.
interests in common. Got it. I'll go round up Giant Hog King and Midge.
I wonder how it gets to that point.
Midge, I'd like to introduce you to Giant Hog King. Giant Hog King, this is Midge. Would you like to have a chat about sack and cheese?
Oh, so you know about sack and cheese too, Daddy Pig. I can't go a minute without thinking about
And now they
sack
live
and
together,
cheese.
beef.
Well, did you know that sack and cheese is closely related to Milky Cocoa Puffs? Now you do.
Now you do.
What? Really? That's certainly unexpected.
I know.
Oh,
I walk
speaking
Hawaii.
of which,
He's a hussy.
yeah, but listen to this. Giant Hog King told me he once gave a 3-hour lecture on sack and cheese.
Wow. That's amazing. It's so much fun talking to you. Let's be friends.
Yay! I'm good. I'm just obsessed and I'm craving a toasty, if I can be honest. Bloody obsessed. I can't stop. I kind of want to keep them... I kind of want to keep them the same.
Thanks to
'Cause
Daddy's favorite,
he's a hussy.
Marge and I have become
Grilled
friends.
cheese beef.
It's always a pleasure
Grilled
to be able to
cheese.
talk with someone like-minded. Get porked.
Get porked. Oh, shaking it. Sack and cheese, perhaps. Ooh. That's crazy. They're not engaged, but they love each other. Maybe I try and make them engaged? They're not really doing anything. I need them to do something. Ooh. Excuse me. I would love Oreos.
I feel a bit more.
Wait, so let me try something. Terry, come here. You eat with gusto, right?
Oh my.
Oh, that'll do it. Oh. Right. That was also really juicy. Oh, Snail, I'm glad. Thank you. It feels like our own virtual reality TV show, to be honest. So, I'm so glad. Nom nom nom. They're all friends now. Isn't that cute? What's chat doing? Chat should talk to
Well-
Randall. Oh, sorry.
Hey, nice to meet you.
Double star.
I'm Chat.
What?
Hello there, Chat. My name is Randall.
Perfect.
Now
Never
I
mind, I
speak
take it
Randall
back.
Top, like in a lantern and casino.
Oh, wow. Yeah, big brother. This is our own big brother. Granny's just doing this by herself. 7, to be honest, chat made it. So, it was whatever you wanted. God forbid a girl talk shit. You guys made it. They were talking about anal lantern? A grown-up conversation. Wait, she wants someone to play with. Where am I? Oh, I'll give you someone to play with, doll. Where am I? There I am. Hey, girl.
Oh.
This is Granny begging me to play Overwatch. But now I'm loving it. We're starting with that tomorrow. And then we'll play more of this after Overwatch. Got me to go lurks, ends up with a butthole mouth. I don't know what happened.
I'm sorry. Did you say something? I wasn't really listening.
Oh. Oh, Gran.
My invitation didn't work.
Oh. Don't be sad. Oh, no.
Gah. Oh.
Oh, shit. Alright, we need Twitch chat to help her on the C-store.
Oh,
Hey. Nice to meet you.
Fresh, I can explain,
I'm
guys.
Granny.
hey, Granny.
No.
The name's Chat.
Wait, she's proposing a game with you guys. Melbs isn't in it yet, but I gotta make him. Casey, they made it. Mikey landed on make chat, so everyone just picks
I like your style, Granny.
everything. Cute! Seesaw sesh! Oh, they're loving it.
The sea. The sea. The sea. The sea.
Okay, girl, sure. I'm not gonna look up your towel. What's wrong with Jesus? Wait, who is Daddy Pig in love with? Mum.
There we go. Ah, Mum. Looking gorgeous as always. No. Look out. Don't worry, I've got you.
That's quite alright. Deep breaths, Gar. Daddy Pig, good afternoon.
Ah. Hey, Mum.
Payback for what he did to Fergie. True. Monica! That's a Twitch, baby! Yeah, I gotta pee,
Monasali are
so
just
who do we want to
subscribed.
watch?
That's a Twitch baby.
Who's doing things? Is there a group thing happening right now? Let's make a group thing. Let's add some people.
Thank you for the sub.
Oh, there's
Put your ass
hiccups.
away, child.
Let's just put everyone
Branch
near
underscore
here.
1940 just subscribed.
Excuse me.
Oh my god!
Have you got a moment?
Ranch!
My name is Gordon Ramsay.
Ramsey!
Hey,
Thank you for 20
Gordon
and thank you for
Ramsay.
9, Monica. What
The
the hell?
name's Granny.
Thank you, guys. Okay, resubs.
Negapendy, Tamsdalwapunki, Honor,
Wait, nah, thank you. I gotta make a sandwich or something. I'm hungry. Or a toasty. The topics are amazing. Let's add Jesus into this conversation.
Hey, cunt.
Oh, freak.
Go.
Pran, Elisatra Palonti, Lenterapy, Taylorvis, Penna,
I want them all to hang out. Oh,
Malfa Dinty, right, Wimpathy, Redfield, well, Salmon Chiflinary, is that policy bitch, Stephen Nutty, Capon Lost Saliter, Rosandi Pran, Pink Hot Crazy.
alright, I'm gonna go pee. You enjoy this. Good night, Idon. Thank you for your support again. Choco. I don't know what they're doing, but you enjoy that while I pee. See what they do without me. Monica and Ranch, thank you so much again. I appreciate you. Not in front of Granny. Granny's loving it. Sick. I might make a sandwich as well, but I'll see you soon.
Malfa Dinty, right, Wimpathy, Redfield, Pink Fruit, Enfium, Chancery Banzu, Rosandi Noki, Noki Coco Pops, Johnny Corners D, Rosandi Prank, Pink Hot Crazy Style, Johnny
Jesus,
Corners D,
good afternoon.
well, Salmon Chiflinary, is that Policy Bitch, Rosandi Pizza at the Plaza Hotel, Johnny Corners D, Stephen Nutty, Capon Lost Balleter, Patrick Caldaru, your Akil Wonkers, So Impact, Colin Ansum, Chukasan, Rosandi Sack and Cheese, Johnny Corners D, Zingy Duruncha, Campen, Mondesu Trabi, your Soak Samida, Limping Fruit, Enfium, Chancery Banzu.
I think Color and I could have a beautiful friendship someday.
Freaks out there. Come on, don't be shy. Anyone out for a workout?
Really what I want is some okonomiyaki topped with a chocolate sundae. Guess I got Gordon Ramsay on my mind.
Oh, I'm feeling a little upset.
I should show this to Color, or should I?
I'm a little peeved.
Oh my god! Who did she draw? Sorry. Who did she just draw? That Daddy Pig? Oh, and then Gordon Ramsay? Wait, does she have a crush on Gordon Ramsay?
I should show this to Daddy Pig, or should I?
Hold. Okay. Wait, did she say that? About me?
I didn't know they made Grey Poupon scented shower gel.
Talk to me, babe. My God. Please don't reject her again.
You're so funny, Granny.
Axel. Guys, I'm so keen to play Overwatch tomorrow morning. Who am I?
Oh, goodbye. Hello, right.
Oh, we're playing it.
How does my Schwimper from the
Oh.
Catch me if you can. Come back here. Whee!
We need to moan and win our games. Oh, she's Puff. I got myself a Sammy. I was feeling so hungry. Can you fall in love with my OC? It's so cute. Guys, look at us.
I'm gonna get you.
Aww. Let's go eat. We eat every day, but you know. Okay, let's get me in here before Pitbull sits down.
Ha. Granny. Hey, doll. Good afternoon, Carla.
Or I was too excited to get back and didn't want to spend extra time toasting.
Playground was it was. So I said, happen no toggle, it's not cool,
I have a bigger booster seat. Like, Grant has a little booster seat too. Wait, was Pitbull gulping?
Don't forget to brush your teeth.
Wait, I should keep it in here at all times. Guys, can you be cute for 5
Don't
seconds?
go on and on about cranking up crazy style.
Pit gulp. Wait, Granny was singing? Oh my god.
Listen to people when they talk.
Did you have a date? I need another marriage. Give me a cutscene.
Oh,
Damn
Tim
it.
baby.
No
Oh,
cutscene.
my sweetie.
Okay, what about Marge and Homie? Oh, what's happening here?
There we go.
Yes. Oh, damn it.
Add the thing.
There's gonna be a DLC?
Throw in a bit of the usual. And the final ingredient.
Yum.
Laugh.
All right, who fancies a takeaway?
I want them to propose having kids. How do we do that? I guess I've only been married 2 days. Okay. Okay, nothing yet. I'm Russian. Michael Myers and Terry talking about supple breaths. Liz, you know how I am. Can't help it, can I? Daddy Pig. Rosin Randall. Can they do something else? We need them to move on to the next step. Damn, okay. Wait, where's Gordon Ramsay? Surely he's hungry. Great. It's funny how I'm saying these sentences. How about this?
Hello.
We need to add the pots and pans. Yep. Hey, Doe? He likes it well enough. Now, are you hungry? Because I've got a little something for you.
It looks different.
He hates it. Okay, that's fine.
I'm afraid I'm not that hungry.
Why aren't you
When I talked
hungry?
to Freak about sack and cheese, we both got super into it. Now we've ended up friends.
Oh, they're gonna fall in love, aren't they?
Ha! Did someone just call my name?
No, babe. I guess Sack is feeling, you're right.
Welcome,
Hi, Fergie.
every chimoja. Cheers. See you later.
Thank
Make
you.
sure to stop by again tonight.
Sack and cheese, Casey. Sack and cheese. Prinky? Cute kitchen Gordo? No, you're sack and cheese.
Hello.
What's wrong?
I want some plain new clothes. Something that will allow me to blend into the most boring wallpaper.
What I'm gonna do for you is I'm just gonna add something to your fit, okay? Because we can't change you. You're Barney. Okay, babe. So what I'll do for you is we're just gonna put on a necklace, okay? You two could... Henry! Wait, Casey, thank you. Was that a cum shirt? I've made a Kuam shirt. Don't know what you mean about cum, though. Actually, I know what I want everyone to have. It's pronounced Kuam. Oh, Grace. Good to know, doll. He can't hurt you, Slug. He can't hurt you.
I feel like I am slowly becoming truer to myself.
I'm gonna do a few things for you, sweetie. The first thing is you're gonna be fed.
Oh,
Close your eyes, guys. Didn't like that. I thought you were better than that. Thank you, Pudge. I was really struggling with this one, but it's okay. Elvis Presley fell in love with Billie Eilish and she rejected him, so now he's depressed. Great. Irreplaceable to them have a baby. Ah, irreplaceable. Let's go shopping.
Welcome. Thanks for shopping with
Slay.
us. Please come again.
But I love how things that have never been said ever are being said because of this game. Oh my god! They love it! Slay!
Wow! This is my dream room. Thank you so much.
I'm the first in my bloodline to read these, yes! That's so funny. Alright, Barney's looking good. Okay, what's wrong with Poot? I haven't been giving love to Poot.
Hello.
What's wrong, babe?
I want to be friends with Jesus.
Don't we all?
So, what should we talk about? All right. I'll have a chat with him about a slice of ass.
She sounds Irish. Honestly, Henry, yeah, I haven't been giving her love.
Hello, Jesus. Would you like to have a chat? About a slice of ass?
Why is she Irish?
Of course. Let me ask you this, Putlovato. If someone offered you a large slice of ass or a small slice of ass, which one would you choose?
Ooh, that's quite a conundrum. I'd have to say, the large slice of ass.
You mean the Quam shirt beef?
Right. It's just common sense. Everybody knows an absolutely humongous slice of ass is the only way to go. Now I know I can trust you, Putlovato.
I could sit here and wax lyrical about the qualities of a massive slice of ass for hours. Say, we should be friends.
A massive
You took
slice
the
of
words
ass.
right out of my mouth. Amen.
Guys, it's Quam!
Virgin Mary, how goes it?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
J Baby, good afternoon. Can you believe J Baby and I became friends because we bonded over a huge slice of ass?
I could listen to Virgin Mary talk about a massive slice of ass all day and never get bored. Amen.
Amen!
Bye.
Alright. Is Gordon hungry yet? I'm getting real sick of him.
How do you do?
Oh, surely you can put away a bowl of sack.
I'm afraid I'm
You know
not
why?
that
Because we made it
hungry.
large. That's why. I just realized. They have to be starving for it. But, you know, just for science, let's see him eat something small and
Hello
see if he
there.
says the line.
It's fucking raw.
Great. He loved it, guys. It's fucking raw. Beautiful. I know my piss bottle's full. Guys, we all need a plate of sack and cheese. I love it. Wow. Rank 28, guys. Elika, 84. Wow.
Lake Titicaca.
Oh my god. My tatas. Thank you.
Rolika just resubbed for 84 months.
The fact that you've stuck with me for 84 months is actually diabolical. And you've seen it all. And you still choose to be nice to me. Thank you so much. How are you, doll? Good to see you. I want him to say that about sack and cheese. You're right. But seriously, also... Wow. Can't fathom. Thank you so much, Alika, for that. Everyone else for your resubs as well. The gifted subs. Oh my god. The biddies. I really, really do appreciate you. And the ways you support my channel. That goes if you're lurking, if you're new here, if you followed today, whatever. If you're yapping with me. Yeah, I can't do this without you, and I really, really appreciate it so much.
Good afternoon.
Just so you know, I gotta be lame for a second. I do actually have to play an ad, so we'll do that now. I'll only play a minute though. No, you're my guy. Oh, Terry's upset. Can you guys, like, kiss or something? Oh, yes. Oh.
God. You.
Great. She's dead. Great, we're washed. As per usual.
Ha.
Marge is being a little freak.
Hello.
What's wrong, babe?
I've grown bored of this house. Perhaps a change of scenery is in order.
You haven't been using the machines.
Should I move somewhere else?
Oh? He wants to move already. Is that because... What? He wants to move out already. Okay, sure.
Woohoo. Great minds think
The
alike.
house is called the Coxons,
Should
though.
we bring along anyone either of us has been living with?
Stay.
You're right. This place isn't so bad after all. Thanks for
You
your
live in a mansion, brother.
advice.
Beans, thank you, doll. I'm super glad
It
you
was
like
really
your
tough
stay.
to pull off, but I got Giant, Hog King, and Mitch to meet, and now they're friends.
So they suggested it, Brinky. And I was like, weird, how's that gonna work? And they all moved in together and we renamed it the Cuxons. I don't know, that's so weird. Oh, I'm also gonna start uploading my playthrough of this on YouTube. So I'm gonna do full streams because I feel like they're so fun just to chuck on and do things. But I also want to make one where I focus on the storyline and I turn it into a bit of like a reality TV show. So if I get the spoons to do that tonight after the doctors, I will start editing that because I think that would be really funny. I know the island has changed a lot actually. Fergie, is Fergie still obsessed with, what are you guys doing? Is Fergie still obsessed with Daddy Pig? What am I doing? Watching ants? Whoa, whoa. Married a first Archie. Yeah, Fergie. Is Fergie good? I should get him a cuck chair. At first Archie is so funny. Okay. So what's Fergie doing? What has she been doing lately? Like, what's up with her brain? There's Mum.
Yeah.
Okay.
Huh. Yes. What
So
is
she
it?
still wants... She still wants to confess to Daddy Pig. She's best friends with Michael Myers. And Pitbull fancies her. Yeah, they were sweating on that thing. No, Fergie, get... No, Fergie, get off. Oh, 3 of them want to talk? Get a grip. Where's Pitbull? she's with Gran. Where's Pitbull? Can she fall in love with someone else? Where's Pitbull? What the hell?
You're all a bunch of... Oh, I wail and gnash my teeth.
Why is she Irish?
Oh,
It sounded like she said
I
you were all a
wail
bunch of
and gnash
cunts,
my
and I know
teeth.
that's not what she said, but what did she say?
I won't let this keep me down. Oh,
I do. Yeah, I don't want Daddy Pig to have her. Like, I don't know. Should I just? Guys, am I going crazy? Where the hell is Pitbull? Oh. Got you.
Hey, Mr. 305.
Thanks, babe. My bad.
Good afternoon.
Fergie and Carla
Pretty
love a bit.
Ferg.
Sorry, everyone's like, Carla, he's at home, and I'm like, where is he? Sorry. What's the time?
Yeah.
Only
feeling
2,
upbeat.
perfect.
Relax.
I gotta get off by 5:30 to go to the doctors. Even though I was so tempted to like cancel it, I'm like, girl, it's your health, babe.
Oh, homie. Are you bored? We could all play
Good
group
night,
no repeats
Liz.
together if you want.
I'll see you tomorrow, maybe, Jill. We're starting off with Overwatch with Gran, and then we'll go into this probably. Have a beautiful sleep. Thank you for your support. You're the best. Sleep well, doll. But next week, I'm trialing something. Next week, there will be night streams and day streams. I'm just gonna see something. So I might try that because I haven't been on the thingy at night. Friendslot was meant to be tonight. You're not weird and wild, even though you are kind of weird and wild, but I love you for that. We talked last night, and Crispy double booked, so he was actually busy. And then Chris and I were talking on the phone last night, and we're like, it feels weird to friend swap at the moment when we're both so, like, we're all so invested in the drama. Like, we should just play this and then do friend swap next week, so. Yeah. We basically went no. Yeah.
If everything else goes south, at least I've still got the ocean.
Why
Amen.
is Jesus sad?
Oof. What's the matter?
What's the matter with you, babe?
I was talking to Virgin Mary, but it put me in a bit of a sad mood. Amen.
Oh. Maybe, Slug? If it's happened while I've been streaming, then no, because I've been locked in. But I was catching up on his VOD. The hip swing is so funny. Close up crying SpongeBob, of course. I also know Sammy's voice. Yeah, true. Sammy has been like grinding lately, so. Can they ask each other out, please?
Oh, I'm feeling a little upset.
Really puts me at ease.
Guys.
I wonder if Randy Baby noticed my existence.
He likes you, girl. What's going on?
Hi.
Oh, Rosal.
Dapper thing.
Okay. Alright, Jesus is still weeping. Chat's chillin'. Pitbull, where's Fergie again? Gran and Gordon Ramsay are walking together.
What was that noise?
Yeah, we made an Abby Lee Miller doll the other day. You know, the usual. The usual stuff.
After you.
No, after you. But I insist. Please, after you.
Chat, let people go.
I couldn't possibly. Please, you first.
Whoa.
What the hell?
Ha, it actually turns out a decent clip.
What a nerd. Where's Fergie? Let's go to the hotel, the motel, and the Holiday Inn, and let's go fucking everywhere, guys. Wait. Be something, say something cute to Fergie. She's on the Fergie wheel.
Ah, good afternoon.
Ah, good afternoon. Tingalunga.
What is it? I'll bring someone. So who do we want for Daddy Pig? Well, Mum's mummy, right? Why he hopping like that? Let's see.
Do you need a hand?
Help me, please, Hick.
Please.
Don't worry, I watched a video on this once.
Wait, what? That was really kind of you.
Just racking up some good karma.
Karma. Oh, I got excited for a second. It's so weird. No one ever fancies Daddy Pig. Have you noticed that? It's always Daddy Pig liking people. Jesus is still upset. Is Gordon Ramsay hungry yet?
Hey.
No, you're full
good
as hell.
afternoon.
Fergie. Oh, true. Fuck, except for Fergie. Daddy Pig is like Jesus. He loves everyone. Gordon Ramsay is going crazy. What is he doing?
Whoa. Fancy seeing you here. What you doing? Where you're going?
He hates her.
Tell me.
Why does he hate Fergie so much? He just runs away. Why does he hate Fergie so much? He hates her guts. Look at this twink run. I love it. Run some more.
I sure wish someone would join me.
Where's Roz?
Yeah.
That's why I run to the
Yeah.
pub. Oh, you're going for a walk? A run? Poo. Gordon is killing me. Is he still stimming? No, he stopped. Can you...
Second,
Oh, he's about to say sack and cheese.
how much do you love me?
I love you this much.
Well, I love you this much.
Oh yeah. Then I love you this much.
Then I love you this much. Ralpine Bass, Tamperific, Hostility,
Durante Ball. Trophy.
Okay, sure. Elmo with would you love me if I was a worm? Alright, we need to go down here, guys. I'm gonna need you to genuinely make sweet love. We'll have a cutscene.
Oh, sweetie.
Homie.
Damn it. Yeah, if someone was growing at the rate of knots, I'd be shaking in my boots.
One for its now pond, but you something not too like, go, and feet ancha.
I want to see something real quick. Oh.
The Travia Walker, the Felsa, go, by tankages mon.
Terry, will you keep it down, please?
I could start over another one of
So I
those.
said, tap and low coggly snuffle.
Jesus.
Cran, Bilisatra Palonti, Len Therapy Califis.
Terry!
By tankages monda.
Jesus.
Maybe just one more bite.
Slurping up a storm back there.
Meg up and be, and welcome.
Mum. They're seesawing together. There's Pitbull.
Oh.
Pitbull, talk to chat.
Hey. Nice to meet you, Dali. I'm Pitbull.
Hey, Pitbull. The name's Chat.
Yes! A
Nice
cutscene.
chat, talk like a lantern and Tostino. Dali. That's a
Dali.
Labrating. Dog knock. Roland. Sloveno double.
Okay. Gordon Ramsay and Jesus. I love that they get on great. That's so great. Randall, can you like do something and confess that you love them or something? What's up?
Rosal. Good. Hi.
You're not ready to admit it yet, I don't think.
I got to enjoy some time with Rosal.
Chat is
my
so
door.
cursed.
I'm so
Hi,
over
Bella.
the moon when
How
I'm
are
with
you?
Rosal.
Randall!
Oh my.
Bella, look away. Roz honestly is one of my favorites, and Barney, I think, even though it's cursed. Sack and cheese. It's just a German sausage. I swear. Let me show you Barney.
Rosal.
Barney is a bit cursed, but we love him still. I know. I can't believe they both fell in love with each other. They're dancing. That's Barney. He's not bad. Very creepy though. Yes. My Randall is obviously terrible, but I love my Roz and her outfit. I think she's very cute. My Myers, they should honestly get together. They seem like a really good fit. Damn it. No sword fighting. Great, now he's stalking. Although to be fair, that is Michael Myers, so that's fair. There's a, like, they would be a really good fit. They both have been screwed
Come on,
over. They're
guys.
both good people.
Exercise with me.
Aww. Gran's exercising.
Phew. Hello, Granny. Would you like to have a chat? About sack and cheese?
Are you serious? I can't go 3 seconds without thinking about sack and cheese.
I don't know what's going on.
My bad.
But this has to be fate. If fate has it in store for us to become friends, then we should. Don't want to disappoint fate.
Absolutely. I feel destiny at work here too. And I've seen enough films to know you shouldn't mess with it. Let's be friends.
Shogun. She sounded Scottish one voice line earlier, and I was like, hang on. I'm gonna call him Piggy.
Hey, Piggy.
Heard that? Yeah, sometimes I'm like, hang on. Fox, Daddy Pig falls in love with everyone.
Old, good afternoon. Old and I both can't stop thinking about sack and cheese. Naturally, this has made us friends.
How special. Piggy and I were fated to become friends.
Oh, Jesus is shaking it in the back. Ooh, you know what we have to do, guys. Sorry. I gotta make everyone eat with gusto. Hi, Jesus.
I feel a bit more like myself. Get hooked.
Me, I'm not
Why is Elmo sad? What's wrong?
Ooh. I'm inconsolable.
What?
I was talking to Tim Baby,
No.
but things just didn't click.
Uh-oh. Trouble in paradise. You know what will fill you right up?
Won't lie, I'm feeling a tad bit.
Oh my.
Great. Elmo's so cute. What do you mean? Ari, hello.
I feel like a heavy weight has been lifted from my shoulders.
Oh, great. You were just hungry. Find Tim again.
Phew. What is Tim Baby doing here?
Guys, you're in love. All right, Jesus, what is it? Can't believe I'm even saying that.
Care to play Pixel Quiz?
Okay, fine. Fine.
Here's your first pixelated item. What do you think this is?
That's not
And
titty.
the answer is some gnocchi.
Yum.
Next up, your second pixelated item. What do you think this is?
That is Grey Poupon.
And the answer is a great poupon. And finally,
Come
the
on.
last pixelated item.
Something phallic.
What do you think this is?
Oh, Jesus. I don't think it's sack and cheese. I'll say Nintendo
The
Scope.
correct answer is a Nintendo Scope.
Nice. Give me my prize.
Congratulations. It's time for your prize.
A tuna. Big brain, big brain. A pizza. Okay, where? Oh my god, what is happening here? Michael Myers is one of my favorite characters. He just loves everyone. No, same, Morgan. I was like, knowing this game, it's gonna end up being Abby Lee Miller. He is baby girl. He's just so nice with everyone. Random set. Voice set. Karate. None of his family members are on the island. Listen. Tim Curry, what's wrong?
Hello. I'm kind of peckish. Feed me, please.
Say less.
Oh my.
Karate to Pitbull, say less. A pizza! Dinky, you're gonna make pizza. Oh, he does say pizza already. From the Plaza Hotel. From the Plaza Hotel.
I feel like I've gotten a bit closer to the real me.
A big old pizza.
I've got to ask, Carla, what are your feelings on rice pudding?
Sure.
I see. I think I understand you.
You're gonna give me rice pudding now?
Carla?
Going outside. I really want him to... Marge is here, okay. I just really want them to have a baby. It's so hard. It's cute that they're all becoming friends though. Yeah, only just in love. I'm like...
Oh, homie.
Sweetie.
They need to date, guys. Here's what I've noticed. Some characters fall in love super easy and some don't. Jesus is chasing me around. Chat is talking to Randall and Pitbull.
Oh.
Oh.
Granny. Hey doll.
Hey doll.
Carla. Hi now.
We're thirsty. What are they talking about?
Coffee alone. But then again.
Is Tim Curry okay? Where's Elmo? Low battery. Listen. I don't know. Was Elmo depressed somewhere? Where is he? Oh, here. Oh, a dildo spear.
Lovely to meet you. I'm Poot Lovato.
Didn't want that. But you know what? All good. Yeah, liminal space? Hello? Oh, God.
I've got some thoughts about that, but I'll hold my tongue.
Oop. Okay, T. Okay. Oh, where did he go? Hi, Nell. How are you, doll? Uh-oh.
Who you? Whatever. I'm Elmo.
Hey, Elmo! The name's Granny.
The name's Granny.
Sparkle, Toasty Runcy, Toasty Po.
Oh my god, Nell.
Toasty Wobble Dogger Face.
I don't know why, but I interpreted that sentence completely different, and I was like, oh, what's that? Oh, okay. Well, good luck with that. Like, didn't know like you could get pussy spray to make it bigger, but like, let me know how it is. Maybe I try it out. I thought that was like what a pump's for, but if there's a spray, also crazy you're telling us, but awesome for you as well.
Let's find somewhere fun to hang out. Is there anywhere you wanna go, Elmo sweetie? Or
Oh,
anywhere
Buzzy.
is fine
Good
by me.
plumping. Hi, Ezra.
How about over there?
Oh no.
Salado, Bundas. Oh,
Had to come out of luck for that one.
why?
That's how I get ya. I think to myself every day, how do I get Ezra out of lurk? And then it comes to me when Nell comes in, and I say yes. Plump. That will get them out of lurk. The 1, 2, 3, if you will. Who's that? Oh. What's wrong with Roz?
The sound of the waves is so soothing.
You rang? That's how you attract the lesbian?
Ooh. What's the matter?
Are you okay, babe?
I chatted with Poot Lovato about a titty, but I don't think it was her cup of tea.
Right, that's okay. Everyone seems low-key sad. Laura!
Sweetie.
Homie.
Whoopsies.
Me, I'm not drunk. Not. The sound of the waves is so...
Oh, how I love you so.
I'm so visible!
Daddy Pig, good afternoon. Good afternoon, Barney.
Guys, I really love Michael Myers. He's the cutest thing on this island. 1 second.
Huh? Yes, what is it? Whoa. I talked to Purple Fuck and I learned that he's into milky Cocoa Puffs. We had so much fun chatting that it's fair to say we're friends now.
Purple fuck, by the way. Just so you know. Emma? Guys, you're always visible to me, baby. I need her to fall in love with Pitbull. Okay. Jared, Coca-Cola, hello! Oh. It's a romantic bubble. I think it's gonna, I think something's gonna happen.
I'm overwhelmed with
Wait, no,
sadness.
why?
I've given this a great deal of thought. I want to marry Tim Baby. Should I propose to him?
Yes, although I'm kind of nervous but yes.
All right. I'll gather up all my courage, and then I'll propose to him. Actually, I'm super nervous right now.
Don't do this to me.
My heart's racing in my chest,
Come on.
and all kinds of weird
We need
thoughts
love.
keep popping into my head. Could I ask you to help me stay focused?
I got you. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna plug my charger in because knowing my luck, he will help me be like, oh, can you help me stay focused? And then I'll end up losing battery and fuck it up. So I'm gonna avoid doing that. Avoiding that.
All right.
Oh my god.
I'm going to talk to Tim Baby. Wish me luck. Thanks for meeting me here. Of course. So,
Oh my god. Grey Poupon. No, Gordon, get out of here. I'm getting engaged. Oh no, not the sack and cheese. Granny, sorry, babe. My god.
I have something really important that I wanted to talk about, Tim Baby.
Oh. What is it?
So, what I wanted to say was,
God damn it. No! I can come back from this.
I've realized that the only thing on my mind these days is a titty.
Duly noted. But please don't tell me that was the important thing you wanted to talk about.
No. Forget the titty.
Fuck.
I really do have something important to discuss with you.
Shit. It's okay, I did this with Homer and Marge as well.
So, what I wanted to say was,
Carla, lock in. Lock in. No! Fuck.
I've realized that the only thing on my mind these days is a Grey Poupon.
Duly noted. But please don't tell me that was the important thing you wanted to talk about.
I can't.
No.
Shit, I only have one more chance.
I really do
Can't
have
fuck this
something
up.
important to discuss with you.
Yeah, you just... You can dodge some, but I shouldn't move Maya because that's what
So,
gets me
what
into.
I wanted to say
I gotta
was,
just stand and shoot and move left and right. Guys, lock in, lock in, lock in. This game doesn't want me to find love. I think I'm going to do one more after this.
I've realized that the only thing on my mind these days is you, Tim baby. Oh, thank you. That makes me really happy. I have something to ask you,
No.
Tim baby.
Fuck. I can't fuck this up. Not now, Roz. No! Sorry.
Gordon Ramsay, will you? Let me stop you there. I'm not Gordon Ramsay. Oh, sorry, it was just a slip of the tongue. Oh, is that the time already? Sorry, must be off. I'm running late for something, awfully important. Goodbye.
Guys, I'm
The
gutted.
next time I propose to someone, I'll need to work harder on my let's get
I'm
hitched.
pissed.
Pitch. I meant to pop the question to Tim baby, but I choked under pressure.
No, how do we get them back? Oh, shit. That game was way too hard for what? Have some sack and cheese.
I'm afraid I'm not that hungry.
Oh, guys, I'm sad. That was our second royal wedding. Oh, I'm gutted. I'm absolutely gutted. Oh, I can rub his head, you're right.
Whoa. Whoa.
Alright, rub it.
Huh? What you doing? Whoa. 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 Huh? Whoa. Whoa.
Oh, yep, sorry. Yay! Okay. Guys, we need to fix this. I have a doctor's appointment this afternoon. We need to fix this before I go to my doctor's appointment.
Oh, I feel somewhat different.
Okay. Where's Tim?
Popular.
We need to fix this before we fucking die.
Ta-da. Doing okay there. Help me. Have you... Oh,
Alright, cool. Cool.
thanks. No worries.
Okay, good. Huge.
Yeah, scaling up. Black.
Okay, I think they're back on track. Okay, what is... Guys, Daddy Pig is talking to Granny, Chat, and me. And they're all acquaintances. Gran, talk to Carla.
Carla, good afternoon.
I'm
Granny.
so upset about that.
Hey, doll.
We need to figure this out. To talk more like daddy talk. Damn it. It's 3
What?
p.m.
Oh, nothing. Doe.
Girl. Randall. Randall, what's wrong?
Don't open your eyes yet. Nearly done.
It's so cozy.
Tell her how you feel.
Ah, if only we could be sweethearts.
You can. No, Henry, I want it to. Of course Rosal knits. I know. They're sweating on that thing. Chat's having a shower. Granny and me are playing together. Fergie's still loveless. Where's Roz? There she is.
That's not why I came here. Ooh. Ah, Randy baby.
Hi, Rosal.
I don't think you can place a bed. Which is good. I don't think it's like dependent like that. I think they have to be a certain relationship status.
Hello. I'd like to get all the housemates together so we can express our appreciation to Sweetie Doe.
Ooh.
What should we say?
Them. Knockers. Juicy. As hell. There's no baby yet. What the hell?
Them knockers juicy as hell.
Yes.
Let's do this. Sweetie, we have something we want to say to you, Doe.
Huh. This seems out of the blue.
Them knockers juicy as hell. Them knockers juicy as hell.
Thank you,
Put
everyone.
the spear away.
Wow. That really meant a lot to me.
What the hell?
So, Spelunky.
Okay, she loved that, which is great. Granny and I had a fight, it seems.
Oh, Elmo, Sweetie. Tim, baby.
Me, I'm not
Hmm. had the whole thing out? What are you guys doing?
I did nothing wrong. I won't give up. Even though I want to.
Give up on what?
I'm inconsolable.
What happened?
I was talking to Granny, but things just didn't click.
Babe. You're fine. You're fine, doll. Gran, come here. Jesus is over there.
Hello there. I talked to Virgin Mary and I learned that she's into a slice of ass.
I knew it.
We had so much fun chatting that it's fair to say we're friends now. Amen.
Perfect. Told you guys. What about Gordon? What? Seems he's waiting for others to arrive with a box of tissues.
Hello there.
What?
If you had the chance to erase one memory, what kind of memory would it be?
Doll, your friend's over.
Must have been pretty embarrassing. What happened?
Not sus at all. Are they gooning?
No, wait. Don't tell me. You'd have to erase my memory too.
Spend some time with Jesus.
Repeat mine. Trafalgar's.
Okay. Sure, no worries. Elmo.
We.
Can we...
Hi.
I'll be with you
excuse me.
shortly.
Oh.
If I could please follow me to your table.
Oh, I thought it was a love scene. Okay. Elmo, sit down. We're having a date.
Oh, almost.
Guys, I
sweetie.
ruined the
Tin baby.
engagement. I need to be engaged again. Oh, it was so close. Uh-oh. What's in the sky?
Huh. That cloud.
Aww.
Wow. I really can't get Randy Baby out of my head.
Cute. He looks even worse as a clown. Great. That's terrifying. It is. Sorry for my hiccup. Roz needs to confess. I can't believe I had an opportunity and I stuffed it. Where's Randall? There he is.
Phew. Ah, there goes Randy Baby, the love of my life.
Damn it, I have to wait for one of them to suggest it in their own time. I think I'm out of cutscenes. Damn it. Tomorrow, guys. Reminder, we're starting with Gran. We're playing Overwatch again, which is going to be interesting. Morning Overwatch and Moans. And then I will do probably more of this because we need more marriages. Yeah, that's tomorrow. I'd like to play some more Faz as well, but I get lost in the source with this game. I get lost. Okay. I have no more snoozes left, I'm sorry. Yeah, a Faz cap could be really nice because we'll finish Overwatch with Gran at 11 AM and then I could play this for like 3 hours, 2 hours, and then because I need to leave an hour from now is the latest I can be live till tomorrow because I have a birthday. But also, idea next week I'm gonna be trialing some double streams, so doing a night stream, and I think it would be good to stream Faz at night. I think I'll be more scared, and number 2, it would be good to stream this at night and also some DBD. So I want to kind of play around with that next week. Was level 3 or level 30? I don't know, was it? Yeah! So yeah, I'm very excited. I'm going to trial that out. What is this? Yup! I hate when I get so into a game that I really can't fathom playing other games, but I need to. My appointment is... Well, I'll have to leave the house in 2-ish hours. But I want to shower, wash, and do my hair before then because I really need to. Because I know after my appointment, I know I'm going to be wiped. I have a feeling. So I'll probably get off within, I reckon, for some self-care, I'll probably get off within 30 minutes, at least get to 6 hours. No, abs, yeah. I wanted to be strict with that. Because I was going to end at 5:30, which is way too close to the appointment. I was like, girl, give yourself time, shower, wash your hair, have afternoon tea, you know, get yourself amped for it because I'm a bit nervous. But I know it'll be okay. I just have to be honest, and if I'm not taken seriously, then it is what it is, and I book with another doctor. Like, that's the worst thing that will happen today is I'll get turned down, which they won't. But, so I gotta just do it. But I'm really craving Faz as well, so yes. I was gonna do my night streams this week, but the reason why I can't do a night stream tonight is because my early morning with Gran tomorrow. Oh, speaking of,
we interrupt your day to bring you this breaking news. This just in. An exciting new travel destination.
Southeast Asia.
Travel tickets for the
Yippee!
Southeast Asia tour are now available at the wishing size of room. I'm told over.
That's okay, abs.
For what?
I think I said it the other day, but I'm gonna be talking about my PMDD because my friend got some help with it that helped her. Now I know we all aren't the same thing, and it might help her but not help me. But I'm like, it's time to actually ask for help with it because it's not getting better. And I don't have to live my life like this. It's like, I shouldn't have half my month taken over with bad thoughts. That's just not healthy. So I'm gonna see what my options are. And also talk to her about the mental health plan. Because you get 10 free sessions. And I may as well take advantage of that. I can't afford to pay for it, but if I get some free stuff, like, I may as well use that. You know? Thanks, abs. But yeah. Aristocrat. Pitbull.
Ha. Let's play Pixel
Babe,
Quiz
you need to
together.
go get your girl. Why is
Daddy.
everyone just sitting back relaxing? Go get your gal.
The sea goes on forever.
Can I do something?
Yes, what is it? How are you feeling? How are you?
Can I give you a term? How close are you to level up? Because I'm going to try something. Pussy goes... Actually, you know what? Yeah, I'm with you. Let me see if I can give them a present. Because I want to give them a quirk where they yell stuff at sea. Yeah! Oh, he kind of leveled up. What about an anal lantern? Didn't like that, did you? My bad. Sorry. My bad. What about an apple?
Oh my.
You really liked it? Amazing. Fucking Barney. He's crazy. What about educational game? Health King. He likes it well enough. I'm trying to level him up. I think you're good, Wendy. I think you've seen everything. I do have to make more, I will admit. I'm just fixated on getting people together and I stuffed it up. I stuffed it up. Oh. Oh, we made chat. Did you see that? Can you like it? Yes. Yes. Oh, we're so close, guys.
I'm afraid of...
Damn it. Wait, I did give them lamb before. Did it say lamb chops? A frog. Chat's a character. Yeah, they made a character. I'll show you. Just like it a little bit, please. Oh. What's wrong? Oh. I don't think so. Wait, look. To be fair, we might have, and I don't know. It doesn't ring a bell for me.
Please come again.
Thank you. Oh, I did not buy that. My bad. This is the song that doesn't end because it goes on.
Thanks for
I don't think I have a
shopping
bell, Wendy, on that one. I could have seen it and just don't remember it, to be fair. I can look it up. I don't think so. God, he slurps it up. I want him to yell at the ocean. Yes. Can I fit life in? Wait. Chungus. No, it's you, isn't it? Chungus? Not me forgetting how to spell Chungus. Chungus. Great.
Fuck my Chungus life.
Perfect. How are you, doll? Thanks, Fart Man. My bad. Now, hopefully he's still staring into the ocean.
Fuck my Chungus life. It's as if that expression was made for me.
Let me leave you be. Hey, go and stare at the ocean.
There we go.
Damn. Oh.
Where shall we go today?
Oh. I didn't know it was a pet. That's cute. Oh, we're gonna do Big Clit Summer. Oh, here's a love, here's a love. Wait, love for Granny? Oh, is pink usually love?
Hello.
No.
It may just be my imagination, but I have a nagging feeling that Piggy fancies me.
Granny, Granny, Granny. Good night, Snail. Have a good night, doll. Okay, here's the thing. The pig loves my mum, but it would be funny to see this cutscene. If you agree with me. Because they're friends, so I don't know. It could go either way here. So I'm gonna see what happens.
No, I'd rather clean all of the toilets on the island. Why don't you confess your love to him instead?
Alright, that was quick.
I talked to Piggy and I learned that
That's such a
he's
grand thing
into
to say.
sack and cheese.
I
We
think they're
had
into
so
me.
much fun
Go and
chatting
see.
that it's
No, why
fair
don't
to
you go and
say
see?
We're friends now.
Fair point. You got me. You got me, Gran. Yeah. Fair play.
Oh,
Clocked me. Guys, I need you to kiss. I want you to get married before I go. Oh. Worst case, they get married tomorrow.
oh, my sweetie, you're a good egg.
Yes, I know. You're in love.
The Krabby Walker, Diego.
The frog. Chat, what are you doing?
Huh? Yes, what is it? I was pleased as punch to be invited for some seesawing by Granny. I can never seesaw just
I'll do
once,
something, Grace.
though.
Olivia Dean, help me! Olivia, help! What about Randall and...
Oh. Doing okay.
Help me.
Speed things up here.
Bishba and Joe.
Wow. You did a bang up job. You're a lifesaver.
It's no big deal.
Go on, kiss. They haven't even admitted they like each other yet. That's crazy. God damn it.
Well,
Have a date. Come on. No, not separate.
oh, Tim Bateman. Oh, Carla.
Alright,
Oh,
what's wrong with
Tim
Michael?
Bateman. Did you want anything from
What's
me?
wrong? How does he only have acquaintances? He's friends with
I
everyone.
got the teamsiest bit angry while talking to Fergalicious.
Why? Jesus doesn't like anyone, I don't think. Let me see. Jesus loves everyone, it seems.
There we go. Chat, hey, it's nice to see you.
No, he's friends with a lot of people though. He's friends with... He
Good
hasn't fallen
afternoon,
in love with
chat.
anyone yet.
Good afternoon.
Pipple?
Oh, homie. So nice to see you.
I can't
I
stand.
actually have a small gift for you. Here. What perfect timing. I have something for you as well. Oh, no. That looks far too expensive.
Right.
I'd be robbing you blind. I got this for free, on the other hand. So... No, really. I'm up to my ears in these. You'd be doing me a favor. Nonsense.
A favor. Great. Okay. A favor. Alright. Unless it happens the next couple minutes, I think I might call it because I fucked up my chance of Elmo and Tim Curry getting married, but that means it's just gonna happen tomorrow. And I guess we have something to look forward to. So it's okay. Tomorrow, I'm gonna be starting really early. Let me think. 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, so it should be like 7 to 8 hours tomorrow. People take Jesus's peen. We're starting with Overwatch with Gran, which honestly, it was so fun on stream last week. I didn't think, not that I didn't think it would be, but I don't stream Overwatch. But we ended up having a good time. We were yelling, we were laughing. It was really great. It was really great. So tomorrow I'll be live really, really early. Some Aussies will still be sleeping. I should be live by 8:30 latest, but I'm aiming for 8 a.m. I've been waking up really naturally in the morning, so I could be here at 7:30 a.m. which is even crazier. And then after that, we'll play some Tamagotchi and try and get some marriages happening. And then after that, I would love to maybe end with the FASCAP. Thoughts. And that's my idea for tomorrow. What does Bonky My Shit have? Ooh. Yeah, so I would go on a little bit longer today, but I thought, you know what? I should have some Carla time because I'm a little bit nervous. about my appointment. Like the last 30 minutes I've been kind of like, meh. But you guys have been a great distraction. Thank you so much for today. I hope you enjoyed today's stream. Oh, okay, Fergie. Sounds like my Friday night. Grace, I love it. Can I say that? I love it. You call it time, Pookie. But you know what? I've been really excited for every single stream this week. So thank you again for being so supportive with the wheel. It's nice to have it to do things together, but also I can't tell you how much it supports the channel. You are the best. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for the well wishes as well. I hope to come bearing good news tomorrow. But anyway, you're the best, guys. Thank you so much for supporting me. Can't do this without you. And thank you, guys. I'll see you bright and early in the morning. Another fun stream to end the week. Oh my god, Tammy just went live? Yeah, don't mind if I do. I love you guys. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye, guys.
But thought that I missed my lifestyle wild. I was living like a wild child, trapped on a short leash, parole to police files. So yo, what's happening now? I see the sun breaking down into dark clouds, and a vision of you standing out in the crowd. So lady, come, my lady, you're my butterfly, sugar, baby. Come, my lady, you're my pretty baby. I'll make your legs shake, you make me go crazy. Come, my lady.